All right. I've got 5:01. Ready to go?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Mayor. We are live on YouTube, so we're good technology-wise.
Very good. All right, everybody. Welcome to the special meeting of the Federal Way City Council for the 2021-2022 biennial budget study session. Obviously, we are still in Zoom, and but let's start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Okay. All right, much better this time, you guys. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. These are the budget presentations that we're going to be going through. So we're going to first start with a budget overview with revenue and expenditure projections from Ade, our finance director. And then we will go to department presentations. We'll have finance kick off with Ade, HR, human resources with Gene Stanley, our HR manager, the city clerk's office, Stephanie Courtney, city clerk, emergency management, Ray Gross, who's our emergency manager, public works, EJ Walsh, and the parks department, John Hutton, our parks director. With that, let's go ahead and get started, and we'll start with the day for the overview.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, Council, citizen. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. As the Mayor presented his budget last time, it's really a great pleasure to share this with you. And I will try to be more brief since the directors will speak more directly as it pertains to their department. So in order not to, I'll just take some of the common areas and try to emphasize on those areas. And also before we get started, I think I want to commend the mayor and the council member that have been here before. I think this budget will have been more painful than what it is now if the council and the mayor did not take some of the decisions or some of the steps that were taken a couple of years ago. And I think Mayor spoke to that earlier during his presentation. So the areas that I will cover, I'll try to give you a summary of the total budget and show you our revenue growth and just touch briefly on some of the major items that were funded and share with you with limited understanding of what we know of COVID-19, what I think the future holds, and some of the things that we may have to think about doing. This is the overall budget. And I think if you are looking at this, the last column of this spreadsheet, that is what actually identify the policy that the council has established. And to see how we are after the mayor has shaked off, because the directors asked for more and the mayor had to prioritize what we can afford. And so based on that, what we can afford and what the fund balance policy state we must have and how much we have left. So this is a good measure for the council to see whether the policy that they established, how well we're following it. And you require me, if we must do anything different from that policy, I think the council needs to approve it. So I will be pointing out some of those to you. Based on this budget, we are saying that our general fund ending fund balance as of the end of 2022 will meet the policy requirement of maintaining $9 million. I met with the council member in the last few days. I think, especially for the general fund, this 9 million is intended also to manage our cash flow, like what we presented to FedRAC yesterday. You can see actually the fund balance as of the end of August is actually less than 9 million. Yes, because of the time that property tax revenue come in and the way we spend the money. So by the end of the year, based on our revenue estimate and our projected expenditure, we will end up with 9 million or a little bit more. So the same thing street. So all of these, they met their reserve requirement. The mayor pointed out during his presentation, we have the traffic safety. The current policy required that we have 1.2 million. So we're looking at maybe a little bit over 500,000. Again, because of the school shutdown and the lockdown that we do have. So the revenue for this fund is projected at a much lower amount. And, we made our best projection, but this kind of economic situation is something that we've never really experienced before, unlike recession. So when some of these events will come back to life depends on the decision of the governor, depends on how people react to return to work after this COVID-19, will depend on how vaccine and all of those things are happening. So, projecting in this type of environment is a little bit more complicated. And actually, this is probably the toughest projection I've ever done in my 30 years of doing this. So I think depending on what happens, I think that amount may be better, it may be worse. But I think as we move along, we will keep the council posted of where we are. So all of the other ones are fine.
Ade,
Yes, sir.
I've got Shao outside your office. I will want him to correct the sharing. It's sharing the wrong view, so it looks a little small on everybody's screen.
Oh. Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So on the next page, so we're looking at the capital project fund of part of the city. So I think just for the benefit of the citizens at home, this is part of what makes city's budget more complicated. You have all of this series of individual companies. So a city government is just not one entity. It's compilation of several companies. So all of these lists, and they all have different guidelines or different rules that they must follow. So this is the capital project funds of part of the budget. These just to be, I think, when we put this budget together for the capital project office, and we will amend it before the final budget, these also require 500,000. But this particular capital project office water management is funded out of this. So the reserve for that is 690, and we have 1,846,000. So we will be able to bring these to 500,000 with this fund. But these supposed to be 500,000. Okay. Also, the mayor shared this with the council, and also we shared this with FedRAC yesterday. we need to point this out. The risk management, I think, is the reserve policy is supposed to be 1.2. Currently, we are proposing this budget as of the end of 2022. It will be about 630,000. And we did put a resolution amending the reserve policy through the Federal Act yesterday. Part of the reason why we are proposing that it's okay to maintain less than 1.2 million in risk management is because we are no longer self-insured. So we are now insured with a separate insurance company. When we were insured, we are responsible for all of the liabilities. So because we're insured now, we don't really need to carry as much as 1.2 million that we were carrying before. So I need to point that out, and that resolution will go before the council at the next council regular meeting.
Ade?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Councilmember Kochmeyer. It's really helpful if you talk about what page. I think that was on B4, B as in boy, 4 in the proposed biennium budget. It just helps to know what page you're on so we can follow along in our budget book.
Okay. This this particular page should be on will be a part of your.
What I would say is that I'm not sure we can do that for. We've got the PowerPoint that was distributed to everybody, but to go back and then try to source every sheet.
That's okay.
We're going to be here
that's
past
fine.
midnight. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So looking at the revenue growth, we usually gather this through the state auditor's office. We usually compare ourselves to all of these cities in red. So using the 2018, because the 2019, people are just finishing their audit for the 2019. So this is where City of Federal Way is. So per capita, in terms of the tax revenue that is supporting the general fund, we rank number 32 out of 36 cities within, King County in this area. So when the citizens say, well, maybe we pay too much taxes or whatever, as our general fund is concerned, we rank 32 out of 36. This is where renting is. You are looking at the 626,000 per person. You are looking at Kent, so that is about 641. Then of course Seattle, then Tequila, 1,509. So in terms of revenue growth, we'll quickly go over the property tax, utility tax, sales tax, real estate excise tax, and then I'll also show where we are in terms of charges for fees that we do charge, then the miscellaneous revenue. Our property tax, this is what we've done over the years. I think as I share with some of the council members that property tax, even though the value may be going up, but the property tax for the city cannot grow beyond 1%. So you can see this dollar amount, these are all actual. So in 2015, it was only 10,305,000. In 2016, 10,358,000, just $53,000 more. In 2017, it moved to 10,507,000. So that is just about $150,000 more. So in addition to that 1%, what often affects the property tax is addition of new construction into our mix. So for the in 2017, evidently we had more new construction, and also in 2018 we have more construction. Those are part of what have major impact in those years. And during the next few years, we're not expecting that much growth. Excuse me. We're not expecting that much growth in new construction. Most property tax in federal way are taxed at 11.6595 dollar per 1,000 of appraised value in 2020, of which the city received approximately 8%. So the citizen may be saying, well, the tax rate for the city of I pay more tax in federal way than I pay in Kent or whatever. Out of what they pay, only a small portion of that amount actually come to the city of Federal Way. So if you are looking at $11.65 per thousand, only 8% of that amount come to the city of Federal Way. So for per dollar, you have 31 cents for each dollar that the citizen pay in taxes. 31 cents of it go to the school, 26 go to the state, 17 cents of it go to the fire and EMS, and only 8 cents come to the city. 11 goes to the county, and 7 goes to the port, library, and flood and other small entities. So in terms of what the city itself collects and the control that the city has on whatever tax that people are paying in terms of property tax is very, very, very small. So even when the city do not take the 1% or do not increase the tax, you're only affecting 8 cents out of each dollar that our residents pay in taxes. So the bulk of the taxes go to the school, to the state, and to the fire and EMS. Comparing what over the last year, what we've done. This is property tax per capita for the last 10 years. So 2010, this is West Federal Way, we had the lowest. 2011, we had the lowest. 2012, we had the lowest. 2013, we had the lowest. 2014, the lowest. 2015, the lowest. 2016. So throughout, and you can see the gap between what we're charging and what other entity, our neighboring cities. And that is part of what is affecting our revenue stream and our ability to fund. The city of Federal Way has had the lowest property tax rate among comparable cities for the last 10 years. So in terms of the rate, what I just showed you before, that was per capita. This is actual rate that the city levy. Then on top of that, the state levy theirs, the school levy theirs. So this is what the mayor and council have control over. So while Auburn in 2010 was charging $1.82 per thousand, Federal Way was charging $1.13 per thousand. Again in 2011, while Auburn was charging $1.93, we were charging $1.20. And again, consistently, we charge the lowest rate in terms of percentage. In those years, Seattle had the highest. Seattle. In 2014, it was renting. Then CTAC, and CTAC. And as we move along, there'll be another slide that will, it will show that CTAC doesn't charge anything on utility tax or they don't charge anything on this. Well, if they have a lot of hotels which has higher valuation. They have these hotels that are 5-story tall. So there's a high value there. So collecting this percentage on them, maybe they probably don't need the utility tax, and federal way doesn't have as much as a C tax have in those areas. Utility tax, the city first instituted 1.37% on utility tax on telephone, electric, natural gas, cable, surface water, solid waste utilities in 1995. And that amount was raised to 5% in 1996 and went up to 6% in 2003 and 7.75% in 2007. So we've stayed at this 7.75 since 2007. In 2018, the city imposed the same 7.78 tax on water and sewer. So the tax on water and sewer was now really a new levy. It was just an expansion of the tax that the city has already put in place, to make sure all the utilities are treated the same. In 2019, the solid waste and recycling rate changed from 7.75 to 17.75. The additional 10% that will be collected will be spent to maintain and repair and preserve the street in the residential areas. So this is what our utility tax will look like from 2020 on. Keep in mind what I have in here. This is the adopted. We amended 2020 last month, and that brought the new tax to probably close to this amount, which is proposed in 2021. But this number is the amount. That is what we usually use, is the originally adopted amount in 2020. So if we compare our utility tax, and compare ourselves to the neighboring cities, I think Auburn, 5%, we all charge 5%. In cable, we charge 6%. Yes, because of our Prop 1, we have 7.75. And they have 7% on sewer, solid waste, stormwater, and water. They've been charging these for years. And this is Burien, and this is Federal Way. This is the one that I just mentioned, the new 10%, for solid waste, which the excess over the 7.75% is meant to take care of the residential streets and to make sure those roads are in good condition. Somebody might say, well, 17.75 is high. Well, yes, Kent, they charge 18.4, and they've been doing that for a while. And with SOAR, Kent is charging 9.5, and they are charging 9.5 on the stormwater and 13% on water. And here's renting. They've been charging these before we even started charging water and sewer. They've been charging 6.8 there. Yep, CTAC doesn't charge utility, but of course they make up for that in their sales tax and make up for that in their property tax. So with all of that, what I did in this area is, okay, you have some that are charging 6%, you have some that are charging 7.75%. If we add all of the total utility tax revenue for each of these entities and divide into it the total population, this is the average that individual residents are paying. So you still have the city of Federal Way, despite the fact, yes, we're charging 7.75 in 2015, an average citizen pay 129.98 in utility tax per year, compared to 279 in Seattle, 183 in Renton, 214 in Kent, and 173 in Auburn. And the same thing. So throughout, all the way through 2019, So in terms of the average, a citizen in Federal Way, we charge less per capita. So if you take the total utility tax revenue that we have and divide into that amount our population, this is what it looks like. In terms of the total sales tax, yes, we can say, well, all cities, majority of the cities are charging 10%. So out of our sales tax, per each dollar in sales tax, this is portion that is coming to the city. So per each $1 of sales tax that is paid, 65 cents go to the state. 11 cents or 11 and a half cents go to the King County. And 1 cent of it go for the criminal justice that is shared among all the cities within King County. And 14 cents of it goes to Sound Transit. And the city of Federal Way, for each dollar of sales tax that is spent, we only get 8.5 cents. So again, our retailers charge 10% in sales tax. This is the breakdown of it. For that 10%, the state charge 6.5, Sound Transit 1.4%, King County 0.9%, City of Federal Way, as we said, it's only 8.5 cents that we get. That is what it is. King County sales tax, 0.15%. King County mental health, 0.1%. Criminal justice, 0.1%. And that is how we arrive the total 10% sales tax that our retailers charge on their transaction. And only a small portion come to the city. So over the last 5 years, this is what our sales tax revenue looked like. In 2015, this is the actual amount that we got. In 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. So this is us coming out of recession. This is what we are projecting. I think Federal Way, we've been, in terms of sales tax, even though, yes, we lost money, and I really appreciate Council President Honda during the FedRAC in terms of is the sales tax doing well? Yes, we reduced our sales tax budget during the budget amendment. And so even though it makes us look like we're doing well now. So this is what we are projecting. It's also because the businesses that were affected by COVID-19, mostly the mall and retailers, we don't have many of those. And the ones that were allowed to function are the ones that the people truly need. We've talked about this before. Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart, those were still doing major business. So we're still doing reasonably well compared to Tequila or SeaTac. So this is what we're projecting. This is what we've done for the past 4 years, and these are part of what we're projecting for the future. Again, looking just as we looked at the utility tax, looking at the sales tax also, if we take the total revenue, what is important about this? These are not estimate. These are not projection. These are the actual collection in these years. So for these cities, so if we take the total revenue from our sales tax and divide the total number of population, this is what we have also. So you have the city of Federal Way also having 146 per capita. Meanwhile, you have Seattle at 306, and you have SeaTac. Again, they don't need the utility tax with a revenue like this. I'm sure they're doing really okay. So again, you look at 2016, meanwhile, Federal Way per capita is 150, 184. CTAC is 478. 147.37 in 2017, CTAC is 507. 151.18 in 2018, CTAC was 598. And here's 2019. Yes, can we charge as CTAC is charging? Probably not, because some of the facilities, some of the concentration that they have in CTAC, federal way doesn't have it. And that is why we need to expand our base. And here's what our reach looks like. We had some major sales in some of these years. This is again coming out of recession. While we were in recession, we were averaging about 2 million. From 2 million to 3 million, that is what we're averaging. And I foresee as we get into this pandemic, I think we were forecasting recession before the COVID-19. So that probably will slow our sales tax, REIT tax transaction because of the sales of homes or sales of physical properties. And that probably will reduce a great deal. So 2019 was good. And 2020, for now, this seems to be going down. Again, it depends on how quickly we're able to get out of this pandemic, and that will affect this projection. What is so sad about the situation that we have now? Again, there are so many factors that will affect what happened next year and the year after. It's not like recession where we can say, well, if we increase the housing, if we increase the sales and all of that. So that is not happening this year. And that is what is making any of this projection a little bit tougher than before. Again, this is what with the real dollar that we've collected over the years. See how they from 3 million in 2016 to 5 million, 4 million, 4 million, 5 million. So I think 2019 was good, but now we're slowing down. The major item that is funded in this budget, I think we included a 3% COLA for general fund non-represented. We're looking at about 245,000 and 252 in 2021 and 252 in 2022. We are planning on adding an additional 3 more police officers using the COP grant. COP grant will cover about 40% of those officers, and the city is paying about 60% of the cost of those officers plus equipment. Study and design for the new shop, about 250,000 in 2021, about 250,000 in 2022. And of course, some of these items will be covered again by the directors in their respective area. The mayor is investing a lot of money on the IT security infrastructure. We are getting additional equipment, and we are covering contracting services to be able to help us, especially where we do not have the time to do or the manpower to do those things, to make sure they are done well. Because we've added, and again, the individual directors will speak more to the specific items. We've increased some of the hours of some of our employees in parks to make sure that they are able to do, to attend to more acreage and more work that we've added to those departments. What are the future challenges? I think falling and slow growing city revenue. I think as we get into this recession, we will see our revenue in sales tax will fall, and the growth in property tax will actually, the growth in there will slow down because there will be less new construction or new addition to the city's list of taxable properties. And since we can only grow by 1%, that means if there's no new construction, we're only hanging on those just 1%. Aging city properties, I've shared this with the council so many times. We have the shop that is falling apart. We have a Dumasville that is old. We have a community center that, yes, next year we'll be doing some replacement in there. So I think those are the challenges that I think we need to keep an eye on. We have properties that are aging, including the city hall. And increasing service needs, I think Mayor has taken some bold steps in making sure, we want to keep our city clean. So we added new staff to make sure that people out there that are picking up garbage and picking up litters. So those are additional needs that are putting pressure on the city. So we're stretching our employees thin, because of those demands. Yep. As I mentioned, property tax, because we don't have the volume of new construction coming in, so we're going to see that falling. Sales tax, because we're going to have some businesses that will close, and we're going to have people, which is already happening, people that do not have jobs won't be able to buy as much as they used to. Utility tax, the funny thing about utility tax is it depends on the weather. If you have warmer winter, that means people will not be able to use their heating system as much. If though you have cooler summer, that means people will not be using their air conditioner as much. And if they are not using as much, that means they are not paying as much. If they are not paying as much, then there's no tax on them. Yep. As I mentioned, Dumas Bay, Federal Way, City Hall, those are all the maintenance shop. Some of these, I think, as Mayor pointed out in his budget presentation, we're taking steps to address them, but there's still more work to be done. Yep. Those are some of the things that we've addressed, but of course, the work keep on growing. So we have, as I think, which some of our directors will point out to you, we have less staff doing more than most of our comparable cities. And the budget that we have before you, we have a balanced budget. If you allow us some of those changes in the reserve policy, and with the understanding of what we have in the red light, I think we try to address security of persons and property in this budget by adding the 3 new officers, and we make an attempt to plan for the most failing property in the city, which would be the shop, and I think the mayor shared that with you. And again, the budget have in mind to pay our non-rep employees pretty much the same rate that we've agreed to with the represented employee. And the budget is available with this area. So we have a paper copy, and it's also available online. I'll be glad to answer any question.
All right. Thank you very much, Day. I see Councilmember Kochmar has her hand up.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Day, could you go back to the slide on the property tax rate? It's way back in the beginning. I don't have the number for that particular slide.
Okay.
And you're doing it in comparison with other cities?
Yes.
Actually, no, it was earlier
Not
than
this
that.
one?
Way in the
Okay.
beginning.
Not that one?
No.
Let's do this. Let's start at the beginning and just page through.
No,
Okay.
yeah, I think he's got it.
Okay.
Lowest per capita property tax collected over the last 10 years. Yeah. Well, my question to you is, so does this property tax rate include for other cities library and fire?
Uh,
I'm just trying to figure out if we're comparing apples to apples.
Thank you. Thank you. For cities, you're absolutely right. For cities that have their fire department, you're absolutely right. Because the tax that they will levy will include that fire department.
Yeah.
Yes.
And some of them have their own libraries, so that would be included with that too. And some have their own water sewer, but now that we have a water sewer, I don't call
Absolutely.
it excise tax or fee or whatever, it kind of is a moot point.
Yes.
So this isn't really real accurate, but more than that, I think what I'm trying to get to really is back in the beginning, because we incorporated, Auburn is well over, I don't know how many years old now, 60, 70 years old. And we've only incorporated, over the last 30 years. I think when that 1% cap went through on property tax, that we were at a lower rate because we had incorporated at a later time. Right. I'm not sure if that was, I don't know how we can't go back and fix that. No. But just understanding that, I guess, would be helpful. But so we're relying a lot more heavily, I think, on utility tax rates.
Yep.
And I think when we instituted that in the beginning, we talked more about being a fairer tax because it would be on everyone who lived, not just on property owners. Mm-hmm. So I think I'd like to explore that a little more as a revenue source at some point, because I think the state allows you to go up to 11%, but I think it has to be with the permission of the citizens. Yeah. And that's how we had the 1.75 for Proposition 1. Because the citizens agreed to that for the police. But I guess one of these things that is really showing in this is that our sales tax, if you're talking about increasing our revenue, our sales tax rate at 8.5 cents to the city out of a 10% overall sales tax rate, it just shows how much we have to grow our businesses. Because the bigger your business base is, you're going to be alleviating the pressure on the people who own property in the city. And so thank you because I believe you said that. We need to grow our business tax base. And I believe you said that today. And thank you for recognizing that. And I think that at some point, it would be really helpful if we had some kind of a study session. We really need to get serious about growing our business tax base. We've always talked about it, but it's obviously not going where we need it to go. And I'd like to explore some different ideas. I know that there are ideas out there, for example, through the state and through the federal government. They're called opportunity zones. For example, if you want to be a tech company and you want to go where the tech companies reside, which is Redmond around Microsoft, you can get a tax credit for being a startup to start a company around Microsoft in their opportunity zone. So I'd like to explore the opportunity zone tax credits for our city, how to create opportunity zones. I'd like to also explore.
We actually have one in downtown core.
I believe you do. I believe that you do. Yeah. I'd like to perhaps put one around the hospital, for example, because, we have some wonderful folks around St. Francis Hospital. It's one of the best in the nation. And so it'd be good to explore that as well. And then also, I think I'd like to explore more in the way of grants through the federal government. For example, if you are able, and we've talked about this, Mayor, before, if you're able to get money through the federal government for turf fields for your parks, that's going to alleviate the parks maintenance folks. So that alleviates that part of your budget. And then our folks can use those parks on a 24-hour basis. So just ideas like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council President Honda.
Thank you. Maybe this will be covered under parks tonight, but you mentioned there'll be additional hours for park employees. Is that overtime pay?
No, it is not overtime. What Mayor did is actually increase hours of some employees. Say, for example, we had an employee that was half-time, so we moved him to a full-time. We had an employee that was 3/4. We moved him to full-time so that they have more time to be able to do the job that are assigned to them. So it's not overtime, it's increasing the number of hours that they're able to service the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Council, any other questions? All right, great. Thank you. Ade, time for the finance presentation for your own department.
Am I still showing the wrong one? Yep. Yeah, that one. Yep. The finance department budget is really simple. We don't have much. We don't ask much. And there's not really much change from previous year. We have, in terms of the staff structure, we have the accounting operation, which in that area, that is where we take care of our payroll, accounts payable, purchasing, cash receipting, account receivable, business registration, inter-office mail, and utility tax rebate. And that is pretty much under our accounting manager, Chase Donnelly. Then we had the financial planning, which we deal in terms of a budget, banking services, the investment, the monthly financial report, the CAFA preparation, the financial analysis, the grant, and all of those. That is done pretty much by our financial analyst staff that report directly to me. What are the things that we accomplished? I think we did, since the city has been in place, we've applied for Distinguished Budget Presentation Award 18 times, and we've gotten it 18 times. And I think this is a major accomplishment, and we're keeping that spirit going to make sure that our presentation is worth of that award from GFOA. What do they look for? They make sure it communicates certain things, and it's precise in its presentation, and it has some measurable yardstick that we must meet. So it's not just slapping something together. It must follow certain guidelines, and for the 18 times, it has met all of those guidelines. The same thing with our CAFA, which is Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. We've applied for that 30 times because we do that annually, and 30 times we've received that award. For somebody like me, that is a major accomplishment because not every city is able to do that, and not every city is able to actually get it when they apply for it. One thing under this, the mayor's leadership that we took on in 2016, when I got here, we went after the bond rating, and we sharpened up our pencil. That is part of when we did the fund balance policy, wrote some policy, is in preparation for this. So since 2016, we've maintained. This is the Moody rating. This is the highest level, AA1, AA2, AA3. That is the top group. Then it fell to the next one, A1, A2, A3, then falls to the next one, BAA1, BAA2. Then this is what they consider junk bond, if you will. So I think, yes, there are some cities in this. Yes, there are. But we are right here, and we move to this AA2 in 2016, and we've been there since then. You know, I think for me, I think that is also a major accomplishment to be able to maintain that high level. That is part of what is keeping our debt cost low. That is also part of what makes it easier for us to access the debt market also. Uh, we've received unqualified financial audit opinions since 1994, where there's no major finding. Uh, successful bond rating presentation. That is part of what we did in 2016. And again, last year, when we were trying to sell the bond for score, we were able to maintain our AA2 rating because we had to make another presentation for that as well. And they reaffirm every year, they check us out again to say, well, is whatever rating we gave them before, is that still good? Or are they still within that level that we thought they were when we last gave them that evaluation? So they reaffirm our AA2 rating. We've improved our financial presentation a little bit in our monthly report that we give to the council, and we try to respond to whatever the councils need, not just what I think they should know, it's what they want to know to make sure some of those things are included in the report. Last year, we did a utility tax rebate for 74 people, and that total about 7,497. We tried to post the notice right here at the City Hall, Community Center, Walmart, to make sure people know this is available. Yes, most of the people that have done it in the past are regular, people that turn around. I'm hoping either by next year, we'll propose some changes to how this is run to make it simpler. So that is one of the goals that we intend to pursue next year. We made a business licensing transition to the state in October last year, and I think that has been really, really good for us. I think we've been able to bring more people. Business license in 2018 was 4,219. So as of the end of August, our list is 4,952. So, and it kept growing. Part of what contribute to this is going with the state. It's also the grant for this pandemic also is not so bad. When people try to apply, we want to make sure that they have a City of Federal Way business license. Some of them are going back to get that before they complete their application. So we want to make sure if they are doing business in Federal Way, they register before they can benefit from service of a Federal Way. Part of what we try to do, pay our employees accurately by the 5th of the month and the 20th of the month. And even with this pandemic, I think that is something that cannot stop. Part of the decision that Mayor allow us to do, we split our finance department in half, put some at Performing Arts Center, so that show the City Hall is closed because of infection or whatever, there will still be some people that can get employees' paycheck out or pay our vendor. And so far, things have worked very well. We've audited and paid more than almost 11,000 invoices in 2019. So constantly we are doing this and receive, between, $5 payment to the to be able to attend a fitness center, the community center, to receiving $1 million check from someplace else. So we processed more than 13,000 in receipt last year. Part of the things that we're looking at, of course, where we're not able to fund budget and public engagement software, we're looking at that $75,000 a year. And we're still doing some study to be able to see what we'll be able to do that. But those are the things that I think are down the road for us. And these things are getting more expensive So you are looking at $7,000 a year and maybe about $60,000 for the first time for installation. Uh, we use Eden system now for our accounting, for payroll, or to pay our vendor. They've told us several years that they are no longer modifying or improving. They are supporting if something breaks, but they are no longer improving the software. There will be a time where they will totally shut it down. They say they need to start thinking what we will do. Unfortunately, accounting software these days is not cheap. You can be talking several millions, but if they no longer support them, we have to look at alternatives. But those are part of the things that we should be thinking. It could cost, most of them are going on the cloud now, so it can range from paying them $200,000 a year to, I'm paying about $250 for the initial one-time installation. These are all big money. These are all a lot of money, but I think we need to put it before you. I know that at some point we may have to do that. The position inventory within the finance department is just really this simple. We saw the same thing as we did the year before. We have 10 approved positions, and we're still the same. For the cities, for the department budget, 93% of it covers the salaries and benefit, and about 0.4% in terms of office supplies, and 1.3% in terms of services, and intergovernment payment that we pay to other government, like maybe state auditor's office, other agencies. So, but major part of the finance department is salary. And I'll be glad to answer any question.
Okay, Council President Honda.
Is my hand still up? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
There. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Councilmember Brusso.
Sorry, was my hand up? I didn't have it.
Yes. Yeah, it still is. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
I don't see it. So I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Does anybody want their hand to be up? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, great job today. Thank you very much.
Mayor, it's Councilmember Safadasan.
Oh, that's it. Okay. That's right. Okay. Councilmember Safadasan.
I'm correcting that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ade. I have one question around staffing. So not all 10 positions are filled, correct?
Correct.
Especially in looking at the chart, the organizational chart, you have a lead missing, maybe the financial planner position. Is that?
Financial
I think it's the
analyst.
second slide. Analyst, is it the second slide where you have your org chart?
This one? Oh.
It's not up yet.
Your organization, yeah, right there.
Yes, correct. The financial planning where it says general accounting, budgeting, and all that. You don't have a name associated with that?
What we have a financial analyst helping. This is not the name of, this is the function that they do.
So you don't need one person assigned to that position?
At some point, a city of our size, to have a budget manager is not totally out of question. But for now, what we do, we just spread that work between my financial analyst and myself. So in a city of our size, it's not totally unusual to actually have a budget manager. These are function like a financial planning, budgeting. These are function, not necessarily position.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, great job, Ade. Let's now move on to Human Resources and Jean Stanley, our HR manager. Jean? And Jean, I think you win the award for best graphic. You'll see the you'll all see the front page of the PowerPoint here in a sec. Probably my favorite graphic. Right there.
All right. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah.
And everybody can hear me, huh? I think
Yes.
I also get the award for the shortest presentation, just so you know.
Oh, very good.
So thanks for the opportunity to allow me to review the proposed budget for the HR division this evening.
First button.
How do I click my slide? This one?
Yep.
I don't have it on auto though. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you.
Mhm.
So our division has 3.5 FTEs, and that includes myself, 2 analysts, Sun So and Julianne Briggs, and Katie Holmes, who is our part-time administrative assistant. We're busy flying around in the background, assisting departments and staff with a variety of some needs, including recruitment, benefits, leaves, wellness, interpretation of policies, and much more. I'd like to take this time to thank the HR staff for their dedication and hard work that they demonstrate every day, and even more so during this past challenging year with the pandemic. HR serves not only our external customers, but also approximately 334 full-time and part-time employees, along with temporary and seasonal employees that can go as high as 200 or more in the summer months. As manager, I oversee all the activities of the division and assist with the daily workload. I provide guidance to HR staff, other city staff, including supervisors, managers, directors, and yes, sometimes the mayor himself. This includes I also participate on the mayor's management team, policy and collective bargaining agreement, language interpretation, resolving employment issues, complaints and grievances, processing and monitoring FMLA leave requests, coordinating with state and federal laws, processing light duty and accommodation requests, managing the city's self-insured medical plans, and participating on the city's negotiating team. Sun serves as the Civil Service Secretary, Chief Examiner, and coordinates the ongoing recruitment processes for the Police Department on behalf of the Civil Service Commission. Over the last 2 years, we've received approximately 1,075 applications for the Police Department, which include both commissioned and non-commissioned positions. She is the liaison for the Workers' Comp program, assisting employees with navigating through the L&I process following an on-the-job injury and resolving any issues that may arise with their claims. She staffs the Federal Way Retirement System Board and assists with the annual audit process. She staffs the Safety Committee, Wellness Committee, and coordinates citywide training. Julianne is responsible for benefits administration, assists with recruiting efforts, updates the payroll system each pay period with numerous changes, and helps the payroll analyst resolve any issues that may arise. She monitors hours of temporary and seasonal employees for ACA compliance and Department of Retirement Systems eligibility. She takes the lead on public records requests that impact HR, and for the last several years, she has been the chair of the Wellness Committee and leads that committee and program activities. Katie facilitates the daily office operations of the division, intakes, processes, and records all applicants, and assists with recruitment and coordinates interviews. She corresponds with all applicants, whether it is via phone, email, or letter, distributes and processes mail, processes invoices for payment, and backs up Julianne as needed, and has the never-ending task of filing. She takes the lead on events such as the quarterly all-city staff meeting and the annual Bring Your Children to Work Day and the benefits fair. So this is just an overview of the areas of responsibility, but there are many duties that happen on an ongoing basis, such as participation on interview panels, employment verifications, benefit orientations, exit interviews, benefit and coverage questions or issues from staff, salary surveys, and requests for information from surrounding cities. And the last quarter of the year, the workload does increase significantly with open enrollment, renewal benefit plans, and sending required notifications to staff. So our key accomplishments over the last 2 years is managing the self-funded medical plan in order to control premium increases. Since going self-insured in 2012, we have not experienced a double-digit increase in premiums. And for the past 3 years, we've had no increase at all. Coordinated the medical claims audit that is required every 3 years, and this requires gathering a significant amount of data for the auditor. With the assistance of our benefits consultant, we were successful at renewing our wellness vendor agreement for 3 more years with minimal cost increase to the city. We have ongoing management of the online Wellness Your Way program, which includes maintaining employee and spouse participation in the program with various communications and encouragement throughout the year. For 2020, we did 210 biometric screenings. 210 biometric screenings were completed, 325 health screening questionnaires were completed, and we have 309 participants at level 1 or above. Due to the pandemic this year, we were unable to provide our 3rd and final on-site biometric screening. It was also difficult for staff to make appointments with their physicians to get this done. Because of this, this is a required component of the program and valued at 250 points. The committee voted to allow staff to bypass this biometric screening this year and earn 250 points in challenges. We initiated the RFP for the classification, compensation, and workload study. This was awarded to Cabot Down Associates, and unfortunately, due to the pandemic, obtaining the information from our comparable agencies became a more difficult task than anticipated. This is still a work in progress with Cabot Dow and department directors, and we do hope to have that finalized and wrapped up by the end of this year. Implemented the new paid and family medical leave under the state program and communicated the provisions of the law to staff. We also implemented the new leave laws under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act and communicated the provisions of the law to staff. This act is an expansion of the FMLA and includes the public health emergency leave that provides 2/3 of an employee's regular rate of pay up to $200 per day if an employee is unable to work due to a need for leave to care for a child under the age of 18 if their school or place of care has been closed. It also includes an emergency paid sick leave for leave directly related to COVID symptoms and or quarantine. This act is in effect through the end of 2020. Participated on the outbreak advisory team with the input of this team developed the city's safe start plan and preparedness of reopening facilities to the public. I worked with the Employment Security Department and affected employees regarding fraudulent unemployment claims that started shortly after things shut down. This impacted 33 of our staff, and fortunately we caught it early and acted quickly, so we did have a much lower impact than some of our neighboring agencies. Negotiated 3 of 5 collective bargaining agreements and are entering into negotiations in November with one other. And of course, as always, we have ongoing recruitment of vacant positions as needed. As an additional note, HR did not request any additional funding for this upcoming budget. Our upcoming goals include open enrollment this year. It will take a little more communication through email since we'll not be able to conduct the annual benefits fair. Continuing the negotiations with the 2 unions who have expired contract. Work with the benefit consultant and actuary on renewal of the medical plans. And as part of this renewal, I've asked the consultant to analyze the feasibility of the city offering a retiree medical plan that is fully insured. We will also provide ongoing support to departments and staff as we continue to work our way through the pandemic. So before wrapping up, I would just like to thank Mayor Farrell and the members on the Outbreak Advisory team. Historically, departments have always worked across lines to accomplish common goals. As the pandemic was heading down the pike, everyone stepped up to protect the health and well-being of staff and citizens. Essential staff were split into smaller teams to limit exposure, and the logistics for those who could telecommute were put into place. All this was prior to the governor's shutdown. We had a mandatory mask policy in place before it was mandated, and the input the OAT team provided to develop a safe start plan was invaluable. The team then shifted two additional safety measures in city facilities to prepare for the reopening to the public. What was accomplished in such a short time, on top of everyone's heavy workload, was nothing but short of amazing. Working in HR for the past 31 years, you wear many hats, but I never imagined that one day I would have a crash course on a virus and how to best protect the staff and the public. Although it has been challenging at times, the team was proactive and always there to provide support, input, and assistance wherever the need, and I appreciate them all. With that, I thank you, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, Councilmember Kochmar.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Jean, you have quite a lot on your plate. You're one busy lady. I just have two questions. They're not major. In 2012, you went to self-insured for a medical plan. Could you explain how that works?
So basically, we aren't fully self-insured because we do have a stop loss insurance. So basically, the city is managing that ourselves rather than having a third party like the Association of Washington Cities manage our program. So basically, when we are paying premiums, it is going into our medical fund, and then what we pay is the actual claims cost of the medical care.
What is your stop loss? Do you have like an umbrella type of an insurance, something Correct. That has a stop loss? Where does that kick in at?
A day might have to help, but I think our last renewal we did it at 120,000. So anything above 120.
Yeah, that would just worry me because I know Kent had gone self-insured. City of Kent, and that they had tragically an employee that had cancer, and that pretty much broke their bank. So, and I'm sure you took that into account. So, thank you very much. And then, could you explain the safety committee, how that's working?
Right now, I'm not sure that they've had any meetings. They typically meet quarterly. I don't know if they've had an opportunity this year, but again, they would do that in a Zoom process if we start picking that up again.
Sure. So are you coordinating that now with WCIA?
No, this is just an internal made up of employees, one person from each department.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk to you about that in a future time, not now, but thank you very much, Jean, and you're doing a fabulous job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Council President Honda.
Thank you. You have quite a lot to do. I'm wondering if in the city our size, if you have enough staff compared to other cities for all the things that your department is responsible for.
We are definitely a lot lower staff compared to other agencies. Many of my colleagues will say, how do you guys manage? But I think we just back each other up and get the work done. I think we could potentially use like another HR technician or somebody who can do civil service responsibilities, at least on a part-time basis, because that would open up Sun's plate to do a bit more.
I didn't catch the number of how many applicants had applied to the police department. Can you tell me that number again?
It was 1,075 over the last 2 years.
And of those, 1,075. How many did we hire? Do you know?
I don't have that statistic in front of me, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, council, anyone else? Any other questions? Okay, seeing no further hands raised. Councilmember Russo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jean. I know you guys do a ton of work. So my one question is, because I know that with COVID and everything like that, how much has work has been doing remote, if any, right now?
Citywide?
Mm-hmm. I mean, just for your office alone.
Oh, for my office, we moved Julianne out to the PAC. So that way, if City Hall was impacted, we would still have an HR person available. I have son works from home 2 days a week and comes in 3 days a week. And then Katie, who works part-time, she just increased to come in 4 days a week because we have very minimal people at City Hall. I would think at any one time there might be 24 people. So I think there's enough room to distance and stay safe and that type of thing. I've been coming in 4 days a week just because the nature of our job, a lot of my stuff is here and just makes it easier for me.
Right. That's what I was kind of looking forward to see what you had to come in for versus what you could do remotely. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. All right, let's move over to the city clerk presentation.
Okay, I am Jennifer Marshall. I am covering for Stephanie Courtney today. We're not sharing. I'm sorry. Just share. Thank you for bearing with me. Don't let this first slide confuse you. I am not Stephanie Courtney. I'm Jennifer Marshall, her deputy city clerk. She unfortunately had to deal with a family issue and is unable to present. And so I'm the lucky one that gets to help out today. I'm going to start off with this org chart here of the city clerk's office. We are a division of the mayor's office, our fearless leader there at the top of the screen. Stephanie is our fearless leader, the city clerk. She has a lot that she oversees. I think a lot of what people here at this meeting know her best for is overseeing the city council meetings, providing the administrative support. And that definitely takes up a lot of time, but there are many things that she does as well. She's the official city records holder. She's the elections liaison working with King County. That has to do with the general elections that we see, as well as any citizen petitions and or advisory votes that come up. She executes the city contracts, ensures compliance for the city with the Open Public Meetings Act, and as well as the Public Records Act. I'm there in the lower left corner. I'm the deputy city clerk. Right now, I'm the administrator for GovQA. That is the new public records software that we integrated in 2019. I oversee the Laserfish documentation system, and I'm the records management liaison for staff, and also get to manage the city's boards and commissions applicant process. And then Katie Hobbs, Jean referenced her earlier. She is wonderful. Our only regret is having to share, but who better to share with than HR? She takes over the administrative duties for our division as well, manages a citywide shredding program, which does include police and courts as well, manages the weekly meeting calendar, works with offsite record storage and retrieval for other departments, and reviews and processes city council mail. So there's a quick and dirty overview. Definitely not everything, but a lot of what we do. So for our proposed expenditures, very similar to last year, personnel takes over or accounts for 55% of our budget, the 2.5 of us. The intergovernmental is an interesting budget account that we have. It's primarily for elections, so the primary and general elections. This number is not something that we're able to control or change. It's based on the number of registered voters in our area, and then as well as how many jurisdictions are participating in the given election. The service and charges, a lot of that has to do with citywide programs that we or services that we help facilitate. One of which is the offsite record storage for all departments. This is with the Iron Mountain. It definitely keeps us busy with public records requests, getting records back on site and then getting them stored and keeping account of all of those. We also facilitate the confidential on-site shredding, not shred setting, on-site shredding for all departments, again, including courts, PD, the Federal Way Community Center, and then the evidence building. We also, the services include hearing examiner fees, codification of ordinances, publication of public notices, and the association dues for the different municipal clerk associations. The final one is the $871 that go towards our supplies, which we definitely don't keep as many Post-it notes as some. This is a quick overview of performance measures. Once again, the agenda bills are something that that you definitely see a lot of. There were 304 of them in 2019, and so far this year, 227. Legal notices published, there were 23 last year, already 27 this year, some of which having to do with noticing for city hall closures and changes in meetings and such. The actual agendas and agenda packets published, there were 54 this year to date, 41, but with budget meetings, we'll be catching up soon on that. 21 city ordinances were passed and codified last year, 15 so far this year, with resolutions at 29 in 2019 and 19 in 2020. The city agreements is interesting. There's 268 last year, and there's 555 already to date this year. That big uptick has to do with the CARES grants and the contracts associated with that. We do expect the second round to bring even more. As far as citizen boards and commission applications processed, 51 last year and 41 this year. And this year was exceptional in that we have been able to continue doing so even with the Zoom meetings, the virtual meetings. Public records request process, there were 555 last year. That 5 is a happy number on this page. 260 to date thus far. And notarial acts, there were 44 last year and then 69 so far this year. And proclamations, 27 last year with 12 to date this year. I do think that the virtual meetings has an effect on that number this year. So a quick information here about public records requests, definitely something that the city clerk's office is very well known for. I think that's what the outside city hall knows us best for. We help facilitate the production of these records as a customer service to the citizens and also work to facilitate this release with staff. So there were, if we go through here, we show that there's been a steady increase with a small exception of a decrease of 1.5. So we definitely got to have a slight breather there. So this year, oh, where are we? That's an overall increase of 65% in the last 5 years. I did want to note, this is something I get to work with daily, so I will limit my comments, but I have a lot in my heart here to tell you. But not only have the number increased 65% as far as the volume of public records requests, the complexity and robustness of the requests themselves have probably, I don't have a quantitative number on that, but it is well over 65% of increase in the number of records that are provided in response. And this has to do with emails. When I first started, I would be providing 5 responsive records, and now there's a public records request in that has a couple thousand emails that need to be reviewed before they're released. So it's additional staff time as well. Moving forward, we've had quite a few successes in the last biennium. One we wanted to bring forward was compliance with the OPMA. We worked as a liaison with IT and other departments to ensure remote meetings would be successful and comply with the OPMA. This is something that we always do, but this past year specifically has been a challenge as it has, city council meetings have changed entirely. With City Hall being closed, making sure that they're properly noticed, that citizens know how to join these meetings. And this happened for council committees and council first, and now has moved down the line to commissions and boards, as the governor has allowed those meetings to happen. The city clerk's office also researched and developed a method through which the mayor and council could receive citizen comments remotely at council meetings, not just solely through emails or letters. This was something that became very apparently necessary, as citizens did not feel as heard just through sending in a letter, having it read by the city clerk. This also was something that Stephanie had to research and do with executive sessions to find a way that there could be a secure meeting location virtually, but citizens were still able to attend the main special meeting. The city clerk also participated in the Outbreak Advisory Committee. She worked with the mayor and emergency manager to create the agenda, make sure staff was notified if they had things to bring forward for this, and participate in the meetings. The grant was obtained in 2019 for GovQA, and we are proud to report a successful implementation of this, and are definitely reaping rewards from this program. Digital archives has moved forward a bit. We have had Laserfish for many years, and we are leveraging some more of the benefits of it that have not been done in the past. A good example to point out is the Community Development Department has been working very diligently and having staff time working with the clerk's office to enable records to be uploaded to Laserfish, which then are accessible directly to the citizens from the outside portal. So if they want to find their permit, they don't have to submit a records request. They can just go find it. It can be, 11 o'clock at night when they just on a whim decide they want to get it done, and they can get it immediately. Definitely aren't caught up with all records, as there are many to catch up on with the city at the age it is, but they're moving forward, and we are finding other uses and examples of this being a good idea for other departments as well. So we're excited to move forward with that. We've had the hearing examiner facilitated the city's largest ever hearing examiner case. There were over 7,800 pages of documents and 125 exhibits being heard, and there were over 5 days of testimony. It definitely took a lot of time and focus to make sure that everything was set up in council chambers and everything for that. The city clerk worked as the elections liaison, managing the 2 council vacancy appointment processes, one of which we are still in the middle of, and a citizen initiative in 2019. And then the deputy city clerk, that would be me, obtained the certified municipal clerk certification through the IIMC. Commission interviews, once again, I touched on it briefly before, but we were able to make that continue to happen even with the remote meetings. So with those great things, there's some needs that we wanted to identify for the 2021-2022 budget. One of which is just the challenges surrounding the public records request. First of all, staff workload issue. Definitely it affects the city clerk's office, but it also affects 9 departments within the city. We did a quick estimate of staff members who are frequently pulling records. These aren't the ones directly responding, but there's over 40 employees who are often pulling records to provide to different citizens. And then there are 9 individuals who are the points of contact for different departments. And that leads to the second bullet point, the inconsistent responses. Wanted to point out that consistency in response and making sure that we are complying and meeting all of the RCW requirements is important. And we have these 9 different individuals doing this, but what's interesting is it's not just 9 administrative assistants or 9 executive assistants. We have executive assistants, we have admins, deputy city clerk, I get to do that as well, but we also have our communications coordinator doing that, as well as, oh, there was another one. Oh, and our accounting manager also has been able to respond to these as well. So there's a wide breadth of individuals taking care of this, which also leads to this next bullet point with the inconsistent exemptions and redactions, which can be a potential litigation issue. A quick example of this, because it's kind of one of those things, well, why would this be inconsistent if, an exemption or redaction, it makes sense in the RCW, apply it. An example for this quickly is an email chain. If we pull a query, there's emails that result. There might be emails between 2 different directors. So we have Public Works Director and we have the Community Development Director. And we will have sorted them by whoever sent them will be the one doing the review. So their staff from their department will review these emails looking for potential exemptions or redactions that need to be done. One admin catches this redaction that needs to happen, applies it with our new GovQA system, which has really made that so much better. It is very user friendly, and putting the notations on it is just lickety split, for lack of a better word. But it is wonderful. But the other admin doesn't see that same the need for the same exemption or the same redaction. This email goes out, so there's a public works installment and there's a community development installment, and the person gets it, and it's a very big red flag to this person that one person redacted it and one didn't, and why not? And now they start digging, having more questions, and it could potentially become a litigation issue. We work hard to make that not happen. So a need that we see is currently unfunded. At some point, if budgets allow, funds are found, would be to have a full-time public records specialist. The estimated salary and benefits for that would be $84,000. So again, this would go back up to the bullet points before. It would reduce staff workload, not only for the deputy city clerk and city clerk's office, but the other departments as well. It would result in a consistent, unified voice to ensure that all responses are complete and that all the legal requirements of these RCWs are met. And then finally, the consistent exemptions and redactions. Having an expert in the field, a public records officer or a public records specialist would have training that would help minimize the potential litigation by, first of all, having consistency and then having that expertise. As currently that is not in the funding, the city clerk's office certainly will still be successful with the budget as proposed. We plan to, first of all, continue leveraging the time-saving benefits of GovQA. Again, redaction is just wonderful. The communication inside of it is staff knows exactly where each other is at because it's not outside emails. If I'm out of the office and I've been the one taking over, Stephanie can pop in real quickly and be exactly on the right page, know exactly what's happened and what needs to happen. Sends reminders to staff with timing. So we'll definitely continue leveraging that. The duties for responding to public records requests will continue to be shared by all the departments. We do work on having pre-populated templates for different responses for installments or closures, which helps create that unified voice, but there are definitely still portions that are specific to each request. The city clerk's office will make adjustments to the management of requests and share additional responsibility of these requests with the departments. And we're working to finalize a procedural manual for responding to public records requests through GovQA. And that will help reduce the city clerk staff time spent training and directing other staff. It is surprising the amount of time that we do field those questions. We definitely want to field them so that things are done right, but it definitely takes a lot of time, and it will be nice to have a reference to send people to. So the closing statement on that is, with these strategies, we will definitely be able to continue assisting and providing responses to public records requests, but also focus on the implementation of the new digital agenda workflow program and moving the electronic records management program forward and managing offsite record storage, which is very, very exciting to people like me. So goals for 2022 is the purchase, deploy, and implement the automated software program with CARES Act money. There's many applications for the software. We see it, we're going to leverage it mostly for the electronic agenda packet production, which will just be excellent. Again, we're going to maximize Laserfish capabilities for electronic records management for all departments. Again, managing them and also making them accessible to citizens online. Offsite records management. We want to decrease the amount of money being spent on offsite storage for records that have met retention. So we'll work with staff to identify those records and either take them through destruction per state requirements, or they will be sent to the state archives for long-term retention. And then we also would want to provide increased citywide staff training for the Public Records Act and the Open Public Meetings Act. This is being done right now on a one-by-one basis for individual staff members as they're hired. And we train kind of as we go along and find issues with different departments, but we would like to quarterly, semi-annually have some sort of training that staff could participate for refreshers. And finally, our goal is to attend more of the local and regional networking and training opportunities through the King County Municipal Clerks Association, Washington Municipal Clerks Association, and the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. And that concludes the presentation. Are there questions that I could help address?
Council President Honda.
Thank you. You did great on your presentation. Thank you for filling in for Stephanie. Congratulations on your certification. That's awesome. Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I have been watching other council meetings in other cities, Sound Transit meetings, King County Council meetings, and I think that we do a much better job of getting public input than other agencies that I've watched. And I appreciate knowing that your department and IT have worked so well together to get that, because as for instance, Sound Transit, sometimes you can see the meeting, but you can't hear it, or you can't, they're very frustrating. And I just, hats off to you. You've done a good job, and I appreciate that.
That's wonderful feedback. Thank you.
The public records specialist, does the police department have this as a position?
I think they just, within the last 6 months, yes, they did get this position.
So they manage all of their public records requests there.
Right, police department ones.
Do they have more requests than the rest of the city compared to what your department is doing?
They do have a higher volume. There are a lot of requests for copies of tickets and, criminal records and such. So yes, they do have a higher volume.
Since I've been on council, this has been something that has been asked for every single year. And I would like to find a way to fill this request eventually, because I feel it's not only necessary for the department to work better and all the departments to work better, but to guard the city against any potential lawsuits if it's not done correctly. So with that, I would just say thank you very much. I appreciate what you've done. I know this has been a tough year, and I truly appreciate working with your department. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kochmar.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, I'd also like to say thank you for getting your certified municipal clerk credit certification, because it tells people outside of our city that our city knows what it's doing, and that's really important. So thank you very much for doing that. I have a quick question, really. With Laserfish or your GovQA, I'm not sure which program this might fall under. I can see where GovQA would be wonderful if you're in the middle of a litigation and you have a time deadline or a date deadline that you have to meet. And so that would be really important to trigger to make sure that those documents are returned to whomever is requesting them on time. I'm assuming that that's what that does. But I'm wondering, if I'm John Q. Citizen and I come in and I want to ask for, I'm just wondering if we codified our ordinances and our resolutions. So if I'm John Q. Public and I come in and I want to say, hey, I want to find any ordinance or resolution that deals with a tax exemption, do we cross-reference that somehow through one of these programs?
So yes, when citizens submit public records requests on GovQA, we do have some deferment things set up that when they start typing ordinance for, it will pop up and say, ordinances are available directly on Laserfish at this link, please select here. And once they select that link, they can search by keywords and such. So there are tools trying to connect everything together.
That's great. So, if you're having offsite storage, are you just feeding stuff in and digitally saving it rather than saving the hard copy? I mean, not everything has to be saved in a hard copy.
Right. So there are certain requirements with the state for some records that the state calls dibs on being able to keep the paper records. So we can't just
Yeah.
get rid of them without the state getting the opportunity. So we keep track of that. So there's a scan and toss program that the city utilizes. We work with different staff members. So there will be things that are considered short-term retention, less than 6 years. And staff will say, if, can we scan these into Laserfish, our approved repository system, and then get rid of the originals? And the answer is yes, for certain records we can. So we do that with everything that we can. Like ordinances, those are permanent records. We keep them forever, but we can actually send them to the state to keep the paper records, and we keep the digital records. So there's a lot of different options to do that, and we are really working towards not storing paper records that don't need to be stored.
Great.
So,
you're already doing everything I was wondering about.
Well,
Thank you very much.
We're trying to catch up on the past ones that are still down there. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Jennifer, great work. I echo the words of my colleagues so far, that I really appreciate all of your efforts, and just glad to have you here at City of Federal. So congratulations on your certification, most recent certification. It's a big accomplishment. I do, well, I'll start it off with a question, and that's, I know that every department director will meet with the mayor's office in a day, I would imagine. And I'm seeing a nod from the mayor, so that's great.
That did happen.
So, great. And so clearly this was an item that was discussed, and to my knowledge, it was not funded in the proposed budget.
That's right.
So, yeah, and I just wanted to kind of get a better understanding of why. Just so I can learn and understand. That's all.
I think it's a not yet is what the answer is at this point, that they can prioritize.
No, it's not, and I clearly communicated that. And we even had a conversation earlier today. So it's a want, it's not a need. And we need to make sure that we fully understand that we are in a serious budget situation with COVID-19 and the millions of dollars of losses. And I made it clear that in my review of this, that this was a want, not a need, that we could deliver the service without the position. And that's $84,000 a year. And that we're just balancing all the priorities, that the answer was no. So.
Okay. Just simply wanted to kind of get a better understanding of the why it wasn't funded. That's all.
Why. Well, I think in an age in which I'm trying to make sure that not one city employee gets laid off, and that we also adequately compensate our employees, I didn't think it was responsible to add a city employee at this time when we're trying to balance our budget.
Right. Okay. And so I guess the next kind of question is, it takes a considerable amount of time on current staff, and I understand that's your area, not mine. I get that, and so and Jennifer, remind me. I'm trying to listen here a little bit, and that's, I thought Council President Honda had a good question in terms of the police department has a PDA person. And is there any sort of value, maybe this is a question to the mayor as well, but is there any sort of value in having a cross-reference and just kind of, maybe not cross-reference, that's not the word I want to use, but have that person also be utilized for the entire city, maybe not just the Federal Police Department, but for the entire city, and just have one PDA from both departments, not departments, but the city of Federal PDA? Is there value in that? I mean, what's the thought? I mean, that was just a question on my mind.
From my point of view, in my proposed budget, from my point of view, I think we're getting the job done. And also, we saw a distinct decrease in the number of public requests this year as a result of COVID. And if we were going to increase employees in the city, I would really strongly say, you're going to hear parks later. We don't have a lot of money to be able to spread around. And where the real distinct need is in parks, in which we have people, compared to other jurisdictions and where we've been historically. If we're going to add personnel, we need to add it at parks and other departments, not in a department, in my opinion, and in the proposal, not where we're getting the job done. We've got situations in which the gears are slipping with regard to service delivery in parks and in litter pickup and public works. So I made that clear. And so anyway, that's my recommendation. You guys are obviously
Sure.
this is your budget.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that answer. And Mayor, I don't disagree with you when you talk about parks. I mean, I used to work for the city of Federal, and I used to be a parks part-time temporary employee. So I totally understand what you're saying. So I was just kind of pivoting to my question, and that's, is there any sort of value in having a PDA front that's also working in the police department to just be the whole city of Federal PDA?
If I may just quickly, they definitely have their expertise on their records, and I think
it's different.
As is, it's better to keep them separate and their own records.
Got it. Okay.
And ours will just be a future consideration.
So there's a difference in terms of PDAs and the police, and
very much so.
And
yes.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You.
And Jennifer, thank you again. I think in the future, I'll just put on record that I do see a value in the future, not right now. And Mr. Mayor, I don't necessarily disagree with you in terms of your thought process, and that's maybe this isn't the time to be adding staff. And let's just be real, the optics of that may just look really bad, potentially. When we are in a budget crisis, potentially. So I hear you there, but I think as we continue to move forward, just like we have with IT, maybe that is something we should be kind of looking towards as well. So I think sorry.
I do want to say that, and I talked to John about this earlier, that there are departments with other, serious manpower needs. And, we went through these presentations individually individually at the time. And so it's need versus want. And so I think we just need to really think about how we deliver service delivery. And obviously it's up to you. It'll be ultimately up to you. But in regard to my proposal, that was not recommended.
Sure. So, thank you so much.
And I just, the last thing I want to say is the optics are not the issue. It's not about whether it looks good or bad or whatever. It's about making sure that we balance all of this out and making sure that we clearly identify where the triage of needs are. Okay. Any other questions? Let me see. Okay. I don't see any other questions. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. All right. Emergency management, Ray Gross.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, Council members. I'm Ray Gross, the Emergency Manager for the city, and I'll be presenting the proposed budget for emergency management. You can find that on C12 and C13 in your budget books. Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yep.
Okay. So emergency management's pretty simple right now. Has one full-time employee, that's me. I report to the mayor. And in emergency management, I do the 5 phases of emergency management. That is prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Some of the key accomplishments, 2019, 2020, we completed active shooter planning. This involved the school district, police department, South King Fire, and a couple other community organizations. St. Francis comes to mind. We completed the school district's plan, provided training to each individual school, as well as development of active shooter go bags. And we also did some city facility planning as far as putting out immediate actions after the event, as well as where to go if you need to evacuate the building, and doing some increase to the city phone system that allows like an alert intercom. One of the other items, storm ready. It's a program through the National Weather Service. We became storm ready back in 2007, and every 3 years after that, we've applied and gained accreditation through them as far as having all of our ducks in a row dealing with severe weather. In emergency management, after the 9/11 event, the federal government created what's known as NIMS, the National Incident Management System. It's basically the Bible for emergency management. And if emergency management is out of compliance, a lot of bad things happen, particularly in the financial area. If you're not in compliance with NIMS, you're pretty much disqualified as far as any FEMA reimbursement, any federal or state grants in emergency management. So it's pretty important to keep that in compliance. Earlier this year, we stood up the Emergency Operations Center, also known as the EOC. We currently have what's called an EOC in a box. So thanks to the police department, they allow the Patrick Marr Room to serve as the Emergency Operations Center if and whenever we activate it. And in the back closet of that room is the EOC, and we unpack it and deal with the problem. Earlier this year, we stood it up in possible support of the potential protests that were going on. And while that was happening, IT took the initiative to update all the computers, and we just kind of did a mini exercise of all the equipment. Pretty much all of this year for COVID-19, and I just want to stress, even with a fully staffed emergency management program, emergency management, when it gets down to it, is all about relationships. So all of these accomplishments, not done solely by me. Each department had a part to play in this, as well as many other things that we've accomplished. I just didn't list them. With the COVID-19, as Gene mentioned earlier, standing up what we did and some of the things that we accomplished early on, it was pretty impressive. In the Marine Corps, we always had a saying, you have to maintain the initiative if you want to achieve victory. And we pretty much stayed ahead of all the major curves that were thrown at us. Didn't expect the murder hornets, but fortunately that didn't go beyond anything more than a news story. But under COVID, one of the early things that I encountered was the Joint Information Center at the state level was not providing information out to the emergency management field in a timely basis, nor were they providing what we considered proper information. So I represented the various city emergency management offices, went up there and spent some time kind of giving them some clues as to information that we would find valuable, as well as trying to get them to give us a little bit of heads up as to what might be put out via the news. So we're not finding out the exact same minute that everybody else is finding out. And when our phones start ringing, we don't really have an answer for them. So that was a pretty, once they kind of got an idea what we were asking for, information flowed a lot smoother. Also early on, as deaths from COVID-19 continued to creep up, for a stretch there, we were having, just in King County alone, 40 plus deaths a day. So once my time with the Joint Information Center ended, went up to the medical examiner and just offered emergency management perspective on some planning, just keeping the initiative and staying ahead of a potential concern. Fortunately, that never came to pass. Also did a lot of work with the National Guard, started off with food bank support. Very quickly realized they didn't understand incident command system, how to talk to emergency management. So I did some training for them very quickly, converting ICS to military terms, and just that language barrier in terms dropped, and a lot of assistance and collaboration sped up due to that. Also, want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department and helping the National Guard spend a weekend with us to support South King County when the protests were going full on. They stayed at the community center, of which they were very thankful for that, as well as surrounding cities. Some of the other things the National Guard did is, well, they did the food service. They're now doing food service again. They also worked after the protest on the unemployment fraud. And then lastly, we have a couple of research projects that are going on here in the city of Federal Way. Again, Parks and Recreation did a lot of the heavy lifting, as well as CD. The two big research projects with Fred Hutch and the UW. One is at the community center on the outside, a couple days a week. They do research into COVID antibodies. So people that either currently have COVID or have recovered from COVID, they bring in volunteers and study their antibodies. The other research project is going on over in the old Target parking lot area, and their whole focus will be on, they're part of the Project Warp Speed, directed under the HHS, and Fred Hutch and UW are people on the ground doing that, and their whole focus is on vaccine trials. And then lastly, if nothing else that 2020 has thrown at us, if I have time, I do a lot of community outreach with the face coverings. At present, I want to say we've given out close to 40,000 face coverings. A lot of those have gone to organizations, either the senior care facilities, St. Francis Hospital, our partner agencies, South King Fire, School District, Lake Haven. So those are just some of the highlights of the accomplishments. Some of our goals for 2021, 2022, barring no further surprises from 2020. Plan to start up the EOC, the Emergency Operation Trainings again. That would involve the policy group. And I know some of the council members are interested in that. And the idea is to offer that type of training at least once a month, once I figure out how to do a full instruction on Zoom. We also have to do the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan update. Washington State has given us an extension of 1 year, but I'd like to go ahead, wrap that up, and get them looking at it and have a year to do whatever corrections they think necessary. Also, for the Emergency Operations Center, plan on doing some radio upgrades, just working with our local amateur radio group. And then lastly, as soon as possible, when it's allowed, is to do neighborhood emergency team training. This is a very important part of our program, is just keeping our community as prepared as possible. So whenever the real balloon goes up and neighborhoods are on their own, there'll be certain people trained in those neighborhoods in emergency first responder type training. It's basically a CERT program, but specifically for neighborhoods. And they'll be taught basic ICS, incident command system. They'll be taught how to conduct light search and rescue, how to do triage, transport, and treatment of typical injuries sustained after natural disasters and that sort of thing. So once COVID lets up a little bit and we're allowed to do things again, these will be items that I plan to take on when time allows. So for emergency management, like I said, we're very small, have no new program requests for 2021 or 2022. And the proposed operating budget for emergency management is $208,679 in 2021 and 2022. That's about a 3.1% increase, or $6,326. Some potential program requests for future considerations. This will just bring us on par with our surrounding cities. 2 additional full-time employees. A city of our size should have 3 full-time emergency management employees. That way, compliance and grant can be broken out. Operations and training can be broken out, and then community outreach and other compliance issues and representation in the various meetings and at the Zone 3 level, King County level, and the state level. A dedicated emergency management vehicle, and then a dedicated emergency operations center outside of EOC in a box. All of our surrounding cities, even city of Des Moines, have standing EOCs. Ours is still EOC in a box. Other than that, that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray, for your work this year. Who knew 2020 would be so exciting and awful at the same time? Has the school district worked with the city at all, or requested our assistance in opening the school buildings for children, or do they have their own emergency preparedness team that does that?
The school district does have their own team, but they are a equal partner in our program. They're represented at every other week. We have a Greater Federal Way emergency management call in. They have representation at those calls, and I know they sit on a couple other COVID-related groups that the mayor has set up. But the school district is heavily engaged. We have Dr. Pfeiffer, Dr. Campbell, Cassie, their media person, and Paul, their security person. Those 4 are heavily engaged with us. They have not solely asked, at least not from my department, and help on opening up. They have helped us issue out masks and that sort of thing. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, Council President Honda, I do want to let you know that at those every other week, we were going weekly with the COVID-19 because of the activation, the activation of the Greater Federal Way EOC with COVID-19. We were meeting regularly. Now we're bi-weekly. And the school district usually has at least 3 or 4 people on those calls. So as Ray was mentioning, so they've been a very active participant in that. Yeah, you're welcome. And actually, Paul Vang, actually, their security individual, was their security, and he actually came back. He was actually with us in Emmitsburg when we went to the FEMA training. So it's great to get him back and in partnership with us. So that's a good news. Okay, Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ray, I just want to say thank you for your service, especially during this COVID-19. Your work is very critical to get this thing under control. I do have a questions, and that is the personal protective equipments. Do we have those to last at least until next summer?
Well, I can't speak for each department. I've been encouraging departments to use this downtime to shore up their equipment. I do have masks and goggles and the bare minimums to hold us out for if things stay as is, even during the peaks this year. Yeah, we could probably hold out for several years, to be honest with you. But it really depends on the consumption on the people in the field. If they're burning through masks, that would prove difficult. Right now, at the current consumption rate, I would say we're in a comfortable spot.
Okay, that's really good to hear. May I ask one more question?
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you. So let's say next year when we have the vaccine available, does it mean that we might be able to coordinate with the public health official, or is that something totally handled by public health official?
Well, it's probably going to be a 95% public health with 5% city help. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, I've not seen a vaccine distribution plan at the county level yet, and the city can't develop one until we get guidance from the county.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, thank you. Great question. Councilmember Baruso.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have a comment for Ray. Ray, being in your shoes, I appreciate everything you've been doing, really. And I know it's tough right now with COVID-19. And all I want to say is we had the money and I'd pump a lot of stuff into yours, but I know that right now we can't, but we will keep track of that. And again, I echo everything that Councilmember Tran says, so appreciate everything you do. And I know it's tough right now, but we're going to hang in there and hopefully we'll get over this. But again, thanks for keeping us on track. And I see what you want to do in 21, 22, hopefully, and maybe we can get there, but it's appreciated and very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I would like to go back to that issue with regard to my recommendation. We have not heard the IT presentation, but in addition to Parks and Public Works, actually Community Development has lost a position, which you'll hear that we had to actually scale back one of those positions that we had to cut from the budget. But IT is one of the critical departments where if we were going to recommend a staffing addition, that would be there. So that's why it's a holistic issue. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go now into the Public Works Department. EJ.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could we take a quick 5-minute break? These are two big departments coming up. Could we just do 5 minutes, please?
It's very wise, Susan. Very wise.
Thank you.
Well, I got 7:08 right now. Why don't we say we can't start at 7:13? Why don't we say let's say 7:15? Let's have 7:15, everybody. Okay, we'll go back on the record at 7:15. Thank you.
Thank you. I was thinking the same thing, Susan.
Yeah, good idea. Okay, got about a minute left. Councilmember Moore, I see you got the fall sweater thing going.
Happy fall, Mr. Mayor.
Exactly.
Happy fall, y'all.
Boy, didn't it just, it was like a flip being switched.
Yeah, it's good. I'm ready for the change. So,
or actually, it's a switch being flipped. A switch being flipped. Yeah, it's like, oh, it really
That's
turned quickly.
Because Christmas is sooner than for you, Martin.
It's 93 days to be, I think.
Is it really?
93 days?
I really don't know. I'm just making up a date.
I don't think it's. I think it's less than that.
Let's ask Siri. Hey Siri.
I don't know.
How many days till Christmas? Oh, we're recording this. Oh, 93 days, guys.
Wow. You got the wow. Okay, Red Man. Okay. Chris, definitely 93 days.
I don't know if I should laugh at myself or just laugh.
Oh, good. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. All right, you guys, let's get started. We've got Public Works. Ray, the floor is yours. Not Ray, EJ.
Ray.
EJ is our Public Works Director.
Okay, you had me confused there for a moment. Just a second. You had me confused.
You had me at Ray. Exactly. Okay. EJ, you're the Public Works Director. I know.
Hopefully. Good evening, Mayor, Council President, and members of Council. Share my screen here. I am happy to be before you tonight and share the Public Works proposed biennial budget and our presentation. Hopefully everybody can see my screen. So tonight we're going to go through the department, we're going to go through the streets funds, and then the solid waste surface water fleet. Public Works is responsible for overseeing the fleet that is citywide, that is non-police, and also the capital program. So a little bit about the department just on an organizational level, and this starts on page C91 of your book, of your budget book, if you want to follow along. Over the last 2 years, we reorganized internally within the department. We consolidated engineering between surface water and streets into one capital division, which has led to increased efficiencies, better collaboration of staff. It's allowed us to deliver the projects more efficiently and at a lower cost to the city. We've made some other organizational shifts within the department to, again, just to drive that efficiency within the city. As Ray and some of the other directors have said, this has been an interesting year. So I guess first and foremost, I do want to recognize and share my appreciation for all the staff within Public Works that have continued to keep the city functioning and keep the roads safe. This year, it has certainly been a different time than past years. So Public Works is complicated. It's probably an understatement. We are responsible for several different funds. So the Streets Fund covers administration, streets division, traffic, and development services. Outside of that, and that is what in the budget book is referred to as the 101 fund. Outside of that, we are also responsible for solid waste and recycling, which is an enterprise fund. We're responsible for a second enterprise fund, which is surface water management. That is special revenue, not enterprise. And then we are also responsible for yet another fund, which is the Fleet and Equipment Maintenance Fund. That is one fund citywide, so both police and Public Works oversee portions of that. And then we are also responsible for two separate capital improvement program funds. So one for transportation, one for surface water. So there's a lot of moving parts. All of these are separate funds. We cannot take money from one and put it into another. They all have separate funding mechanisms. They all have separate requirements, and they all have different fund balances. So this is probably one of the things that I am the most proud of. This slide takes a couple seconds to come up because it's a very long list. This is all of the grants we were awarded in 2019 and 2020. It totals over $10 million. That is a huge testament to the work that staff has done. For comparison's sake, in 2017, 2018, this list was approximately $8 million. So this past budget cycle, we saw $2 million more in grant funding to our projects than we did last budget. So it includes, as you can see, a lot of construction projects, a lot of capital improvements. It also includes capacity grants for SWIM. It includes solid waste, hazardous waste program funding, and waste reduction and recycling grants. Over the last 2 years, we've been busy. This is, the next couple of slides have some of the work that we've been doing. And as we started putting together this presentation, the amount of tasks and projects and programs that the managers in Public Works came up with that we've implemented over the last 2 years was a little bit astounding to me. We have certainly been running at full steam, but when you start, you take a minute and step back and actually put this on paper, it's quite a long list. So what you have in front of you is a list of construction projects, which range from everything from the LED streetlight conversion, which once we pay off the cost of the lights, our cost stays the same for the first couple of years. But then once we've paid that off, our costs decrease, which is we can take that money and apply it into other infrastructure projects. We've had landslide mitigations. We've had the adaptive traffic control. We saw the completion of Pacific Highway Phase 5. We've done horizontal curve warning projects. We've done 2 separate overlay projects. We've had, to Jennifer's presentation a little bit earlier, we've been one of the departments that has done some code updates. It's generated work for them, across the last 2 years. We've also updated the city's master franchise agreement. That's something that's used by every utility in the city that has infrastructure in the right-of-way. We developed our first, as a city, interlocal agreement with Lake Haven, water and sewer. So that is for joint capital projects. So that, which is the benefit not only to the city and to Lake Haven, but frankly to all of our residents. So that includes projects like 312, where Lake Haven had a very large water main replacement projects slated there for the west side of Pacific Highway. And we were able to tag team in with them and leverage some of our funding to actually expand the amount that we were paving. So it was a win-win for both. Both agencies saw reduced costs. We only opened the road once. It was a road that needed to be rebuilt anyway. So as opposed to Lake Haven doing it one summer, then us doing it the second summer, which is certainly more inconvenient to the public, both agencies saved some money, and the public had a win there too. We have developed and adopted the city's first ADA transition plan. We completed the stormwater comprehensive plan update. We completed the application, applied for, and were approved under the new NPDES permit with ecology. We've done, 2019, we did some recycling collection events. Unfortunately, with 2020 and COVID-19, we had to cancel those. And we are certainly trying to come up with creative ways to bring them back in some shape or form in the future. We've provided support to the King County Comprehensive Solid Waste Plan. And as I think all the council is very familiar with, due to the prevailing wage rates that the state passed, we brought right-of-way landscape maintenance in-house. And doing that, we increased the service level for our residents without increasing the budget. We kept that same budget that we were paying a contractor previously. We mitigated the largest snowstorm since 1910. I hope I never have to go through that again, but we did it successfully. We have started to work on the operations facility for citywide operations facility, and then we've done as council is very familiar, we've done a lot of work with Sound Transit over the last 2 years. So looking forward for the next 2 years, we do have a number of construction projects that are projected out. We have some of them are already in planning, and some of them are a little bit longer range and will be built closer to the end of this budget cycle. We also have some internal goals to the department. So that includes City Center Access Project, which is in the environmental phase currently. We already talked about the recycling events a little bit and developing alternatives, something that we can do that's low contact and comply with all the COVID regulations, but still provide that level of service to the residents. We are on the back end, something that the public doesn't quite see as often. We're working on updating public works development standards that all the developers in the city use for construction within the right-of-way. And then the other one of the things that came out of the new NPDES permit is the water quality monitoring program, which is a citywide in the streams monitoring program of water quality, and specifically looking for pollutants. So the first fund, and I'm going to go through each of the funds individually as they're broken up in your budget, and to try and do this in a logical fashion as opposed to going through each of the divisions individually. So the first one is the Streets Fund, which is in the budget book, it's called the 101 Fund. It, within Public Works, covers 4 of our divisions. It covers the Traffic Division, Streets Division, Development Services, and Administration. It also covers some of the operations of the Capital Division, even though the capital project money comes out of the CIPs, the CIP funding. The actual capital programming office side does have components in the 101 fund. So some performance metrics, and again, these are in your budget books as well, that they were shared there. So we have seen an uptick, as you see on your screen in front of you, for the number of requests from citizens in 2019, and we chart these on a 7-year basis. So we actually have the data going backwards all the way to, I believe, 2012. But for the forward projections, it's based on 7-year running averages. So in 2019, we saw 2,169 requests for service, and by 2022, we're projecting 2,700, so which is a fairly significant increase. The number of street center lines, lane miles increased in 2020. A lot of that was associated with the dedication of a couple of large developments, one of which being the city accepting dedication of the previously built roads within the Ridge. So we accepted the private roads there in conjunction with their payment to as part of the overlay program. There's also been a number of private plats and short plats that have constructed infrastructure that's been dedicated to the city as well. So the number of acres of landscaping within the right-of-way did go up slightly. As of right now, I'm not aware of any on the books that are intended to be dedicated in 2021 or 2022, and that's why those numbers stay the same. And we do see, as you can see on the bottom, we strive to get back to everybody in the same day. We can't always go out there and necessarily do the work the same day. Often we can't, but we do strive to at least get them an answer, to get back to them and to be communicative. So within the traffic divisions, we are expecting to see an increase in traffic signals in 2021. That is in large part associated with the work in the downtown being done. We have also, we did see a little bit of a drop in citizen action requests specific to traffic in 2020, largely that when you look at them revolves around COVID and people not driving as much. But those are, as people start driving, they'll come right back up. This year we have had a large focus, and this goes back to the adaptive program, on timing plans, which is how we coordinate traffic signals. We have not had any NTS projects balloted this year, but we still have a backlog of projects that were done previous, or that were approved previously. So as far as the workload goes, the workload is slowly catching up as far as construction, but there have been no new balloted projects. And we continually try to target that percent change from SOV or single occupancy vehicles. And really what that means is a reduction and having people use the bus, having people walk if they're going a block, but basically however we can encourage the public to where it makes sense, where it's possible, to free up road capacity as opposed to building more roads. Development standards. So this group within Public Works works very closely with Brian Davis's staff. So we handle the engineering side of basically what planning does. This is staffed by 2 staff members as well as a 3rd staff member that is funded through Sound Transit and works exclusively on Sound Transit work. So we have 2 development engineers that are reviewing everything that's going through planning. And then we have 1 traffic engineer that's reviewing everything citywide. And largely we can keep up. Largely traffic does lag depending on the complexity of the projects we're reviewing at the time. But largely with what we have right now, we can in this part we can keep up with where the number of projects that are moving through the city. So this is probably the first slide that has budget numbers on it, but these are the, within the 101 fund, the key budget items. So administrative, there were no new items requested, so that will remain the same budget as the last budget. And then the same is true of jumping to the bottom on development services. There was nothing requested, which is why there's nothing shown there. For streets, this is a joint request that is proposed to be funded and one-time funding through 2021 that Ade talked about a little bit earlier, but it's a joint request from both Parks and Public Works to fund the critical items that were identified in the reports for the current maintenance yard, to get those repairs done to keep it a safe space for staff to be working out of. The increases in traffic are all, the first 3 of them are all associated with costs outside the city's control. So PSC has already told us that the electricity cost is going up January 1st, and that coincides with that top request in traffic for streetlight electricity. And then we, as a city, have not brought traffic control maintenance in-house at this point. We contract that work through King County. So we have an interlocal with King County that they perform the work on our behalf. So when you see a King County truck out there, we have an interlocal agreement, and the way the interlocal agreement works is, yes, they're using a King County truck, yes, they're a King County employee, but they're working on our behalf. They're working as a City of Federal Way employee at our request. King County has negotiated with their maintenance union, or the union that represents their maintenance workers, and their costs are going up. So the costs that you see on your screen reflect keeping the same level of service that we have today at King County's new rates. This is not an expansion of the level of service. I will tell you, we look at pretty much every year the cost benefit of bringing this work in-house, and it is, basically if we could do it cheaper ourselves, and it is very close. It is very close to us being able to do it at the same cost or cheaper than King County. The upfront startup cost to get that, to buy those large trucks that you see King County using, that's really the deciding factor that keeps my recommendation to the mayor and to the council to keep what we have, keep using King County, because that upfront cost is really the part that at this point in time does not make it pencil. Traffic control maintenance cost increases. The second one that you see, that is associated with the increase in infrastructure. WashDOT was also kind enough to give us the traffic signals at the I-5 ramp of 320th. So we've taken on new signals at their request. It reflects increased infrastructure that's been dedicated as part of development. So again, this is not a new program. This is not expanding anything as much as it's keeping the same level of service for the new infrastructure that the city has received. There were two requests. I'm sorry, I skipped one. So the other, I skipped two. The other two things that are in here as one-time funding is the parking signage along South 341st Place. So this is the area to the north of where 18 comes into the city on the east side of Enchanted. There's been multiple requests from the business communities in there to go through and sign that. That has not been funded previously, and that is proposed to be funded as part of the 2021 budget. The last one is the Planning Commission study of removing South 376th Street from the city's comprehensive plan. That is a activity that requires outside engineering support to be able to do that study. That's not something that we have the staff resources in-house to be able to do. We have the technical knowledge if we could have the time to do it with staff, but our staff does not have the time to do that and will not for this foreseeable future. So the proposal is to use a consultant to do that work and to outsource that and have that work done by a third party. So that is proposed to be funded. The engineering study that will look at removing the South 376th Street and develop recommendations. With that, there were two items that were not funded, and this is certainly as you've heard time and time again tonight, this is certainly a hard budget to balance, and I am in agreement with not funding these requests. But the first is a vegetation management program for within the right-of-way. So that would be a proactive vegetation management. And at this point, the funding's not there to support that. The second one is school zone and school zone flasher enhancements. As you heard Aday talk about earlier tonight, that would come out of, in theory anyway, that would come out of red light photo enforcement. It would come out of ticketing from the schools. But given that there has been no in-person schools and the school zones haven't been used, and then people didn't drive for several months with COVID, the revenue from that account was significantly down. So, those are items that ultimately we're going to, as a city, need to do, but they're not critical at this point. They are something that I would ask council to keep in the back of their head for the future. But, as the red light photo funds come back up, in the future, this is probably something we need to have a larger conversation about. It is a sizable amount of money, and it is ultimately something we're going to need to do. But with school being remote this year, it's not pressing. And even if they do go back into school session, it's not critical. It's not critical mass yet. So Streets Fund challenge, and I know there were a couple of comments, and some of them I think are addressed in here. And we have certainly seen an increased number of requests for service and permits. That has every year that goes up. We have seen an increased workload to manage the impact of Sound Transit's projects. Sound Transit, we do have an ILA in place with them, and they are funding the staff review of their projects, which is good. That has been a huge workload both off public works and community development, and has created inspectors and everything else. What we are already starting to see a little bit of, though, is the secondary development around Sound Transit, the inquiries from property owners about, that are looking to develop their properties. So we are, like I said, with development services and Sound Transit, this is something to be aware of, but we are surviving. This is not where I would recommend putting any additional resources, but I, do need to be candid with council. The biggest, one of the two biggest ones that we see is the increased resources dedicated to litter removal. So as part of the budget amendment, we did allocate 2 FTEs and a litter pickup truck. And that has been a huge lifesaver, frankly, for the remainder of the staff. So and you can see the numbers on your screen, but in 2017, we received 220 requests. This year to date, we've received 767. So there's a large uptick, in the city, and you can see the associated hours with that as well. It takes a lot of hours because the litter's scattered throughout the city, and I cannot point to one group or one logical reason. It is truly very randomized, and it's truly both in the locations and in the what the litter is. We kind of see the whole gamut. We are based on, we've had the staff in place for, I think, fully in place, outside of orientation and everything else, getting up to speed for, I think, 3 weeks now. And the last time I talked to one of our maintenance supervisors, we're filling a dumpster every 2 days. So, I mean, that kind of gives you a little bit of the scale of the amount of stuff that we're taking off the road. And there's not an easy solution to this. There's not I wish there was, but there's really not. So we are doing the best we can, and we respond to everyone as quickly as we can. And we do triage based on the requests. So with the additional funding that was also discussed earlier tonight, moving on from litter, is we are at the point where with the additional funding, we are projecting that the pavement rating index, or the PRI, for the city will stabilize. The funding that's been identified in total, however, does not, the previous council goal was to get to the point where we were 10 years ago on the rating index. That was what we were tasked with trying to figure out. So what we have managed to do is we've gotten to the point where it's stabilized. It's not continuing to decline. However, as a city, we have some more work to do to figure out how to get it back to where we were. The second largest item that I would say is impacting public works is theft, and it has two forms. One is at the maintenance yard. It is repeated break-ins there, and it is both the loss in productivity for replacing equipment, as well as just the sheer cost of replacing stolen equipment. The second one is copper wire theft. So we have seen, starting in about beginning of 2019, we saw an uptick in the amount of copper wire theft occurrences citywide. And, similar to the litter, I cannot point you to one specific location of the city. I can't say, it happens here. I can't say it happens at this time of year or this time of night or anything like that. When you look at it on a map and you look at it, it is truly randomized, and there's not a whole lot of logic of where it occurs or when, or, frankly, from my perspective, why. So we have certainly done things to harden our system. We've done everything from pouring concrete lids. We have done things like welding structures shut. We have largely, when we replace copper wire at this point, we do not replace it with copper. Where our systems allow, we replace it with aluminum, which has a far less value in the scrap market. And we tag it. We tag the wire. So if someone if they cut open one of our vaults, it's got a tag on it that says this is a aluminum wire. It has no scrap value. That being said, it also has a black sheath on it, just like a copper wire. So that doesn't necessarily, make people believe that we didn't just go put a bunch of signs on the wire. So, they still cut it and they go, oh yeah, it's aluminum. And then we're just left with damage as opposed to theft, which is better. It's not an end all be all solution, but it certainly is better. We are also working with the streetlight system on deploying a monitoring system that'll help hopefully pinpoint theft a little bit better and a little bit more in real time. And then that one, I don't want to get into too many of the details on it, but so we're doing everything we can to try and prevent it. Frankly, if if you're intent on stealing copper wire, you will find a will and a way. We only have so much staff, police only has so much staff. And when you're out there in the middle of the night, it's very easy to, on a quiet road, when you hear a car coming, step into the woods and then wait for the car to go by and step back out. So a lot of the theft we find out when the light stops working, as opposed to, seeing someone do it. So it's certainly a challenge. Moving on, we have, and this one's also been there from the last several budgets. And this, is really, frankly, a larger conversation than the City of Federal Way, the next three. So the state and the federal government has passed several what we refer to as unfunded mandates. So it's things like ADA. It's things like going back and saying, and the federal government says, hey, go replace all these handicap ramps. And, the city's left with bearing that cost. There's no, the federal government passes a directive, but there's no funding at the city level to back up that work that they're directing us to do. Safety management, METCD, which is what governs signs, is another one. So they changed the reflectivity index requirements of signs, which meant all the signs were out of compliance. Again, there was no, it is truly in the public's best safety to what they did. I fully believe that, support that. But on the same token, there's no funding to say, hey, city, go replace all the signs based on the new requirements. So, like I said, that's larger than our city, but it is something to be aware of. That that it's a constant battle. Another one that we've discussed before, and the city's discussed with WashDOT on multiple occasions, is the state's approach to managing I-5 and capacity on I-5. The management of it right now is, during peak hours or whenever there's an accident, effectively pushes cars onto Enchanted and Pack Highway. If you have Google Maps or Waze or any sort of mapping software, it'll tell you. And I would wager a guess that many of us have used it. It'll tell you it's faster to get on the local roads than it is to stay on I-5. But, which, for us as an individual makes a lot of sense, and we get to our end destination a lot faster. However, if you're the business on Pack Highway, or you're the resident just trying to get home, it also puts more cars in your way. So, we see that, like similar to the Pack Highway project, where the city needs to build capacity because of this. King County has, as you saw in some of the requests under traffic, they have a focus on pushing more services to the city through traffic management, or, which is effectively another way of saying the city taking it on themselves, as opposed to them doing it, which, is a challenge for us. And then the other one, which I think we've talked about pretty extensively over the last couple of months, is the city maintenance facility. It is at this point not adequate for operations. So I'm glad to see that there's a forward path. I think we're on starting that consultant study and starting to look at options for a future yard is a great first step. So switching from the streets fund to the solid waste and recycling, this is a fund that is restricted. The funding that goes into solid waste and recycling cannot be used to budget the general fund. It can't be used for anything outside of solid waste. If you're following along in your budget book, the solid waste and recycling portion starts on D8 or Delta 8. So the metrics for solid waste are a little bit more focused on outreach. So this year is certainly the exception. We were not able to do the two large recycling events that the community has come to know and love. But we are hopeful that by the spring we can go back to, and as of right now, we are trying to plan to be able to go back to some sort of large recycling collection event. It will probably have a little bit of a different look and feel to it. We're going to need to find ways to, comply with everything of the requirements as far as COVID. But we are trying to get back to that style of event. We're also trying to focus on more smaller dispersed events that may be a little bit better publicly received. The number of outreach materials did drop. That is associated with those large recycling events this year, but that, we're projecting to go right back up. And then solid waste and recycling has been pretty consistent in managing 3 grants for many, many years, and we are projecting to do the same. So the key budget items, green is good for the record. So green is revenue. Green is the 3 grants that we are projecting to get again for 21 and 22. So, by and large, the way the grants work is we program them every budget cycle. So that's what you see in front of you, and that's what's in your budget book. But the expenses that are already programmed in there reflect this. So we need to program the grant revenue, but the expense side is already effectively built into the budget, and there's no change. The one request which the mayor did recommend is that we reclassify the solid waste recycling coordinator to a manager. This is more in line with what the other cities around us have. This is not a new position. This is reclassifying a current employee to match the role that they are in. They are, at this point, they're functioning as a manager. They have the same responsibilities as a manager within Public Works, but they're not at that level by the classification. Within solid waste and recycling, there were no unfunded requests. Everything that was requested was funded, which was just, like I said, those 4 things. So we've kind of already covered, I think, the challenges. So I'll move through this slide a little faster. But it's the decrease in outreach. And again, this has, frankly, it's a larger issue nationwide, and it's called COVID-19. It is not a reflection of anything more or less than that. We have been handicapped on what we can do for outreach this year. On the recycling event sizes, we have seen the cost for them continue to rise. So we are trying to, keep delivering that same level of service that the community has come to love and expect, while recognizing that, everything from the cost of gasoline to a roll-off container has continued to rise. So the Solid Waste and Recycling Division does administer some of the litter control effort costs within the right-of-way, and specifically that includes emptying the trash cans. So anywhere there's city trash cans, they are the funding to empty them comes from solid waste. And we have seen a marked increase in the number of cans. We have, we do the maximum that our budget can afford, and that's really what dictates that. We've also seen, as you've, I'm sure, noticed the theme, an increase in the cost of outreach materials and efforts that the city incurs. So that has proved to be a challenge, but we are working our way through it. So surface water management, this is another restricted account. This is a, and the City Council saw a lot of surface water management last summer, where we, and the majority of the changes you're going to see here tonight reflect what was presented to Council last summer. And, that is entirely based on the requirements under the new NPDES permit from ecology. So again, if you're following along in the budget book, this starts on D31 or Delta 31. So performance metrics, there's a fair number of them that we follow. We follow the outreach events and exposure events. So we classify exposure events as anytime we have volunteers that are present. So that may be everything from a stream cleanup event to a education and outreach event that happens at the farmers market. So 2020, just like solid waste, we saw a decrease in that. We were limited on what we could do, unfortunately because of COVID-19, but the goal is for 2021 to rebound right back to where we were. We are also projecting an increase in grants for both years based on what we know right now. And the one thing I will point out to you on this is we are on a cycle in the way that we maintain some of our larger facilities. So if on your screen you see the number of water quality vaults and detention tanks maintained, and you can see 2020 was a dropped year, that is by design. So and then what you see is you see the number of catch basin instructors, and you see we did essentially an extra 2,300 this year over last year, and then we're projected to do 4,000 less next year. So these numbers that you're seeing are by design to try and balance workload. What we're doing is we are selecting which infrastructure we inspect and maintain on an annualized basis over a 3-year term, which is all done in conjunction with approvals from the Department of Ecology. And if something weird happens, we certainly go out and address it. But that is, those numbers that you see there are by design, and they are not reflective of anything related to COVID or just working. They are, we intentionally move around what we inspect. So I did want to point that out to you, that is not an error. And then on the bottom, you can see, similar to the streets, the number of service requests we received, which are public requests, has continued to increase. And again, this uses that 7-year trend line that we talked about earlier. Number of work orders created. So there's 2 ways work orders are created. One is it's an internal thing that city staff does based on just being out in the field and seeing something that needs to get done. Or 2 is if we receive a service request and we go out and look at it and it's not a short project, it's something that's fairly intensive and it needs to be scheduled out, we transition that to a work order. And a work order typically equates to a minimum of 40 hours of work. So you can see we are not keeping pace. Our backlog grows a little bit every year. We in 2020, the beginning of the year, we're on pace to actually make some forward progress on reducing that. In the last 2 months, we've kind of fallen behind on that one a little bit, but I'm hopeful in the next couple of months we can catch back up there. So this is hopefully reminiscent of what council saw last summer. So this is the program that was presented to council last summer on what we need to do to comply with the new NPDES program. Similar to solid waste, green on the top of your slide in italics is revenue based on both the swim fee and the system development charges. And then everything below that is modified expenses. So I will, I guess I'll start at the top. So transfer out to streets to TIP. So we, as part of the streets overlay project, we have the contractor that's doing the streets overlay adjust the catch basins and make repairs. So SWIM is responsible for paying for those repairs because it's not being done as part of the overlay. It's, similar to what I talked about for Lake Haven, we're leveraging work relationships. So that is what you're seeing right there. And that is something that occurs typically every year. The numbers fluctuate depending on what work we're doing. But, that is a standard. Swim asset engineer. This was one of the ones that was discussed at some length with the council last summer. So this is to do a number of things for the permit requirements. A lot of it involves mapping. A lot of it involves life cycle projecting, all of which we're required to do under the new NPDES permit. So that is one FTE that's funded out of SWIM that is a requirement to be able to meet the permit requirements from ecology. Pollution control specialist, that falls in the same bank. This is based on a new requirement from ecology that we have a proactive pollution control program, which we have an illicit discharge program right now, which is a somewhat related but separate task. So this is, again, something that's mandated from ecology. It was discussed last summer with council. We told the council at that time that it would be part of the budget request, and we would entertain any conversation as part of the budget process around that. We do have again, going back to the maintenance of surface water and the requirements for what we need to do to be in compliance with the permit, around clearing ditches, clearing swales, clearing vegetation from ponds, all went up at the start of 2020. And it's going up again January 1st of 2021 based on the new requirements from ecology. And we have to be, we're required to be more proactive under our permit. This is something that, again, last summer there was a fairly lengthy conversation with council. This is one of the things that was presented in 3 different formats. One was effectively doing the minimum level requirement. One was doing a moderate level of requirement. One was doing a high level requirement, or exceeding the requirements. What you see before you, based on the conversations with council, is that minimum level. This is not the moderate or the high. This is the minimum level to meet the requirements. Publication, education, and outreach, that is the materials to do that. Some of that comes back to new requirements to translate materials into other languages, as well as what the make available requirements now are. Taxes and assessments are fees we pay to King County. Repair and maintenance supplies, the cost specifically of asphalt and the cost of tar has gone up to the point that we are overrunning this budget every single year. So that is what that is. And then clothing and footwear for maintenance personnel. This is twofold. One, it's the cost for those, the new employee in 2021, but it is also complying with the union contract of what we are, as a city, are obligated to give to our staff for their work. Repairs and maintenance, you'll see that is one of the positives. So that is a reduction in budget that is being proposed. So we are proposing to reduce that budget by $33,000. That dovetails directly into the bottom item. But before we get there, the maintenance training, this is, again, one of the requirements is that we increase the amount of training we provide for maintenance staff. So that's what you see there. The reduction in repairs and maintenance is directly tied to the purchase of a Vector truck in 2021 out of the SWIM capital program. So we are proposing to purchase a small Vector truck. It will not be as large as what you're used to seeing from Lake Haven, but that we can use for residential roads, for cleaning out inlets, for doing all those compliance. Doing that is a projected savings of approximately $33,000 a year. Not doing that would equate to a revenue increase to our Vector contract of about $300,000 a year. So we obviously went with the path of less resistance and are proposing to do this as a savings as opposed to increasing that fund. With SWIM, this was entirely based on the studies that were done by the consultants last summer. So everything is straight from there. There's nothing that was in that document that's not in here, or there's no extras, quote unquote, in here. And there is nothing that was requested from those requirements that is unfunded. So challenges, I'm sure everybody has figured out the first one from the last slide, but it's the increased cost of compliance with the NPDES permit. So we're under a new permit. Our new permit is a 5-year permit. We already know that at the end of the 5-year permit, the next permit, the new requirements will increase drastically again. So this is a solution for the next several years, but ultimately in 2025, 2026 time frame, depending on whether or not if ecology extends the current permit, which they sometimes do, sometimes they don't, we are going to get another very large set of new requirements that we're going to have to address as a city. We, again, continue to see an overall maintenance cost increase as the system continues to age. We did 2 very large slip line projects that I think the council's familiar with to preserve a lot of our pipe system. There are very big, expensive projects that we have to do to be able to maintain the level of infrastructure that we have. And, frankly, not maintaining the surface water infrastructure is what directly leads to flooding, in addition to just not complying with the NPDES requirements. One of the other challenges that we see, and it's one that I think Parks shares as well, is the dedication of a new infrastructure. So when a development comes in, whether it's a 3-lot subdivision or a 200-lot subdivision, and they build roads and they build road improvements or put up a street light, the developer is responsible for that initial cost. They're responsible for the construction. Once they are done with the project, though, the vast majority of the times that infrastructure gets dedicated to the city, and it becomes ours to maintain for the next many, many years. That has led to the continued increase, specifically in the number of ponds, the number of streetlights, and the number of miles of stormwater pipe that as a city we maintain. Ultimately, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, because development is good. I mean, for the city, development, whether it's residential or commercial, development is helping increase the tax base. It is helping bring new residents. It is advancing the city. But with that comes a cost. So, that is something that we constantly are looking at. And then the increased cost of service contracts. So Fleet and Maintenance Fund, and this is the last major one. And again, this starts on page D37 or Delta 37 of your budget book. So accomplishments, this is the one area in everything from 2019 and 20 that as Public Works, we had one thing that we were not able to accomplish. And that is replacement of one large Public Works dump truck. Everything else we did replace. There was one dump truck that we were not able to fund the replacement of, and we'll get more into that one in a little bit. So as Public Works, we're responsible for all of the fleet that is non-police. So the police chief is responsible for his fleet, but everything associated with my department, with Parks, with community development for the building inspectors or code enforcement or graffiti van, everything, all the Parks trucks, all the other vehicles in the city fall under Public Works. So what you're going to see tonight is you're going to see me presenting a list of vehicles, and you're going to see very few Public Works vehicles on this. But this does fall within our area of responsibility. So we work with the other departments to come up with that list. One of the things we have successfully done is we did surplus all the replaced vehicles and equipment from 2019, and we're finalizing the 2020 list right now. We have been very successful with our fleet manager that started, I guess, about a year ago now, and we had a short-time fleet manager before that. In decreasing the overall operational costs of our city assets. We have seen a fairly substantial reduction in the ownership costs. And a lot of that comes from we're doing more in-house with our own resources. It also comes down to we've gotten most of the equipment on a more of a proactive schedule as opposed to waiting for stuff to break. The goals of the Fleet and Equipment Maintenance Fund is to maximize the lifespan of all of our equipment. We, as a city, the direction that we have been given historically has been not to replace something just because it reaches the reserve policy. So if we have a vehicle that we get that says it has a 7-year life, and at the end of 7 years, it's not seeing substantial repairs and it's not in misrepair, we do not replace it. We keep it. We keep running it. And we continue to do that until we have, it's at the point that it has a justifiable need to be replaced. And we are continuing to transition to minor preventative maintenance in-house. This is something that we have the potential to have fairly substantial cost savings here, but it's a matter of having the resources to be able to do the work. So this is the list of equipment that is included in the budget. So truck 253 is the truck that I was referencing earlier. The last budget, it was scheduled to be replaced in the 2019-20 budget cycle. It was budgeted at $105,000 for replacement. You can see based on the bids that we received what the allocated cost in this budget is. It's $203,000. What I will tell you is, and that truck specifically, it's a 2003 Sterling 5-yard dump truck. It is a truck that hit that exact scenario that I talked about. So on paper, this truck should have been replaced in 2011 by age. By condition, it was fine. We had, even outside of an economic downturn in 2012, there was absolutely zero justification to replace it by mileage, by wear and tear, by anything else. It's not the case now. I mean, now we are limping this truck along. But what happened is at that time, we stopped collecting reserves on it because it had met its age requirement. So we stopped collecting reserves at $105,500, which was from my best guess, the cost to replace it in 2011, as an accurate number. I think we budgeted appropriately at that level. What happened though was we didn't replace it then, and the cost of the truck has continued to climb. So the truck includes it also includes the control system for the sander. And this is one of the trucks that we have dual use. So we can use it either as a sander or we can use it to apply brine, which is why if you are looking at the 5-yard versus the 10-yard below it in blue, it's why this truck is actually more expensive. The base truck is less, but the control system to be able to, and frankly, we have to be able to run brine and salt. That is where you're seeing call it $18,000 difference in price. It's that control system that's driving the price up. So taking a step back, what you're seeing on the slide in front of you is the items that are grouped by color are one set of equipment. So effectively, if we start at the top, if we replace that F450 from the Parks Department, their 2008, which is, again, very much at the end of its life, the plow that goes with it and the sander that goes in the back of it are associated with that piece of equipment. They're all at the end of their life. They're all in poor condition, but that is why they're colored together, because that is, when we purchased them initially, you can see they all have unique equipment numbers. So we kept them, because of the size of them, we kept them as separate equipment. But for the purpose of replacing them, they're one unit, and that's why they're colored, just to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone, including me, to be able to follow what we're doing. So the other vehicles that are on here before you tonight is the replacement of the community development, the graffiti abatement vehicle. So for those of you that don't know, graffiti abatement is using what was the original bomb truck of the city. It's a 1995 Ford E350 van, modular van. And it is beyond its lifespan. So it was, quote, donated from the police to community development in 2003. And we need to replace it with something that's a little bit more reliable for the graffiti abatement efforts. So then we already talked about the parks vehicle. There's a number of parks trucks that are proposed to be replaced. And you can see from the funding source that we are using a combination of different funds. So everywhere that you see surplus is surplus of equipment from mostly from 2019 and 20. There is some surplus funding in there from 16 and 17 as well for some of the vehicles. And that is, effectively the same situation as what I talked about with the 2003 5-yard dump, where the cost of these vehicles has gone up. We are at the point where we've reached critical mass and the vehicles are not reliable anymore to continue operations. So we need to find a way to replace them. So with this, what I can tell you is there's no general fund impact. This all stays in the fleet fund. That's the positive, but that is what you're seeing in front of you. And then there's some equipment on here as well. So there's a Sand Pro for the Parks Department that they use for maintaining fields. The 2006 chipper, so that is the brush and tree tripper that we use for clearing vegetation. You know, whether it's on Dash Point Road at 1 o'clock in the morning, or if it's, you know, we trim some trees at Celebration Park, it's the one chipper the city owns, and it's in desperate need of being replaced. Then at the bottom is those SWIM funded assets that we talked about under the SWIM list. So the capital program, which starts on page D25 or Delta 25 of your budget book, is based on the CIP for both transportation as well as the CIP for surface water. So for transportation, that's a 7-year plan. For surface water, that's a 6-year plan. And these are all projects that council has seen and approved previously. So the confusing part, at least, and I'll explain at least for the sake of the public that might be watching, is the council has already approved the CIP plans for both transportation and SWIM. That's done on an annual basis. The most recent one was the transportation plan that was approved in June or July of this past year. However, approving that plan doesn't approve the funding. So that is what is before you tonight. So the capital overlay program is first on the list, and it is funded in conjunction with fuel tax, REIT, and then the miscellaneous transfers is the solid waste tax that we already talked about, and allocated towards residential roads. On the capital program on the transportation side, I'm happy to tell you that everything is fully funded. We have shifted some numbers around to make everything work, but everything works. So that is what's in front of you. And I full well recognize there's a ton of information on the slide, and I did not want to try and break this into a ton of different slides because I think it would have not been at all able to be followed. So I do recognize that this is probably a challenge to read everything on one slide. But what you're seeing is all the projects down the left-hand side, and then across the top, you're seeing all of the funding sources, and everything works. And then on the surface water side, again, this is also fully funded. And this is showing across the top the 7-year plan, so 2020 through 2026. Only thing that's included in the budget is the 2 non-italicized columns, the proposed 2021, 2022. However, that being said, 2023 through 2026 is in what the council has previously approved. So we do want to make sure we're being transparent, both with council and the public, and sharing all of the information. But for the sake of the budget, the only things that council is approving on a budget level is 2021, 2022. And with that, you know, Public Works works extremely hard for the city. We use the resources that we are provided, and we do everything we can to leverage them to the greatest of ability on behalf of the mayor and council for the benefit of the citizens. So we have a very committed staff that works extremely hard for the city, and I am proud of each and every one of them. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Okay, thank you, EJ. All right, Council President Honda.
Mayor, can you pull down your? I can't hear you, Mayor.
Sorry. Okay, great job, EJ. Thank you very much. Council President Honda.
Thank you. Thank you, EJ, for your report. Can you tell me how many overall employees you have in your department and how many positions are not filled at this point, if any?
We do have several positions not filled. We have one position that is not filled right now. Everything else is filled. we also have we have one position that's open. We have a second position that is authorized by council, which is the capital projects manager, capital construction manager, that has not been advertised. It's not an open position. It was approved by council pre-COVID and then was put on hold. So it is not proposed to be filled as part of this either. That is a great question. I believe the number is 59, and I am furiously trying to pull it up while I am answering your other question.
Well, you can send it to me. You can send it to us later. I was just curious.
Yes, I will be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions, Council President?
Not right now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sefadossin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, EJ, for the presentation. And I like your background; it's very fitting.
I changed it just for tonight.
Thank you. Now you need a dump truck there behind you somewhere. I have several questions. One is about the school zone, the traffic that you talked about. I know it's not being funded, but the one-time funding is different, changes significantly from like 40,000 to 100 and some or whatever. That, and then just a follow-up with that would be, if we were to do anything in the future, is that something the school district would partner with us and share the cost?
So we could certainly approach them about it. That is something that the red light funding is by design supposed to cover, that the revenue that comes out of that. But we could certainly reapproach that subject. The difference in cost is associated with the way we're proposing to build it. So in short, part of it is design in one year and construction in the second. Part of it is a workload management issue of doing it when schools are not in session. So there are certain schools we can do earlier, and then there's certain schools we have to wait on. So it is one-time funding. That is the total cost to do all of the schools, and that's why it's not an ongoing funding of a set amount. It is the program to do it. But when we program out the project, that's why it's split over 2 years. It's fundamentally too much work to do in 1 year.
Okay. Another question is around your the matrix you were sharing for service. So you have service calls and response at 100%, right?
I believe it's 95, but yes.
Okay, and then work orders are different. So when we say service response, what does that really mean? And does that generate a work order?
Typically, no. Typically, if it's something that our staff can go out and look at it, and like a good example would be there's a manhole lid that's failed. That's one of ours. It's a surface water lid. It's not Lake Haven's. It's not PSE's. It's one of ours. If we can go out and our staff has one on the back of the truck, they literally take the old one, throw it in the back of their truck, put the new one in, and then they just close that service request. There's no work order created. It's done, and we respond to the citizen that we've done it. That is by and large the majority of the ones we get. However, we also get requests on occasion from someone that says, hey, there's a surface water pond over yonder, and nobody's been there and trimmed it, and now there's trees that are 25 feet tall, and we want you to go in and do maintenance. So our staff, we treat it initially the same way. We go out there and look at it as soon as we can, but when staff gets out on site and they look around and they say, whoa, we need to take down 100 saplings, and it's going to take 4 guys and weed whackers and chainsaws, and it's a lot of work, and we got to find the chipper and bring it out here and everything else. That's one that they can't just do right then and there. So that is what the types of items that get generated into a work order, where we say this is beyond the scope of something we can do readily and quickly. So we're going to program that work and come back. We're going to schedule it, a week that we know it's not going to rain. We're going to proactively approach that work, as opposed to, someone that's driving by and it pops up that they need to go address something and they just knock it out right then and there. The other thing where work orders come in is large maintenance projects that our staff uncover on their own. So if we're out using that same pond example, where when we get back out there and we're working on clearing the pond, we notice that the inlet pipe into the pond is clogged. The staff may not have the equipment out there, that may take specialized equipment to be able to unclog that pipe. So at that point, staff will just generate a work order to do that work. So it doesn't show up as a citizen request. It doesn't show up as a citizen initiated task, but it's also not something we necessarily had on our work plan. So it's not something we programmed proactively at the beginning of the summer saying we want to get these 25 projects done. So it's how we track that work.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Thank you so very much.
And Council President, the answer is 56. So I think 59 includes the interns that we typically have.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, EJ. Great job on your presentation. Okay, now we are on to the Parks Department. John Hutton, Director.
Council President and Council, I am very happy to be here to present the Parks budget for the 21-22 years for you. It has been my honor and pleasure to work for the City of Federal Way for the past 28 years. The past 6 years serving as a department director, and I can say that our team is committed, dedicated, and as strong as it's been in my entire time here. I can tell you that this has by far been the most challenging year of all of our careers, and I'm so proud of the way our team has risen to each new and ever-changing challenge time and time again to start the recovery process from COVID. Each year, our department has done exceptional work to get reopened or to be prepared to reopen as soon as humanly possible. From our community center team to our recreation team to Dumas Bay Center and the PAC, and not to mention our talented parks and facilities workers, each person has gone above and beyond to get us back in the game and on the road to our prior successes. I have with me tonight our department managers to jump in if there's any questions at the end that I can't answer. They're happy to help. Deputy Director Jason Gerwin is with us, Recreation Manager Cody Geddes, Community Center Manager Leif Ellsworth, Dumas Bay Manager Rob Ettinger, Community Relations Liaison and Contract Manager Autumn Gressett, and PAC General Manager Brian Hoffman for Spectra is here with us this evening. So with that, Jason is going to be sharing the screen this evening. So if we could get started on that, Jay.
Can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So again, this is our Parks Department budget, and we'll get started now. Next, please, Jay. One moment. Jason?
It's not advancing. Hold on.
And this concludes our presentation for this evening.
There we go. Now I'm on.
Okay, fantastic. So before you is our org chart. I think you're all pretty familiar with that. One person that didn't get mentioned on this that's just absolutely key to our success is our administrative assistant, Mary Janicki. She does a fabulous job keeping us all in line and hitting all our deadlines and just does a fabulous job. So that's pretty self-explanatory. You can advance, please. All right, so the accomplishments for 19 and 20 in the Parks Department. We completed an arduous 6-year update of the Parks Recreation Open Space Plan. We're very proud of that document, and that will be our guideline for the next 6 years of development and services that we provide to our community. We support Parks and Recreation, Arts and Youth Commissions. We support the Parks, Recreation, Human Services and Council Committee, Park and Public Safety Council Committee. We made major facility modifications, as some of you have seen if you've been into the building. Major work has been done to address COVID-19 concerns to ensure the safety of our staff and visitors. You will see more. More is coming, especially in the CD lobby. It's a major project, and we'll be starting that very soon. We completed the Panther Lake Trail project. That was a long time coming. We're very excited about that. And we replaced and upgraded playgrounds at both Wedgwood and Mirror Lake Park. So the accomplishments for the Recreation Division. So we did a long needed software upgrade, changing from a company that was basically going out of the business to a company that's a leader in the field called RecTrack. This was a fantastic thing. It helped with tremendous help from IT and our finance department. Worked very hard to make this work, and it works out to improve our efficiencies with billing, better reporting for finance, and it's just a much better product for on every way around. Our staff, it was really innovative and creative and did a fabulous job on being flexible and quick to adapt to the changing climate. We have successfully run socially distanced summer camp. That's an amazing thing. 11 weeks of almost 50 kids. I think it was 48 kids. Not one person got sick. Just a testament to the leadership and the young people who helped staff that program that did just a fabulous job. Could not be more proud of the work that they did, taking everything seriously and following every rule to the T. And also shout out to the public and those kids in those programs did a great job of following the directions. Next. So in addition to those, we did an after-school program in both 19 and 20 for Mirror Lake, Sherwood Forest, and Twin Lakes Elementary. It started actually in September of 17. We partnered with the Federal Way Public Schools, and they provided transportation from the school to the community center where parents could pick them up after they got off work. Tremendously successful, very happy with that program. We also did our outreach into the disabled program or the disability population. We introduced 2 new health and fitness programs, including Zumba and sports conditioning. These 2 new programs were added, bringing the total number of health and fitness related programs to 14, including our Special Olympic sports. A total of 221 people participated in health or fitness or sports activity since 2019. So accomplishments continue. We partnered with ARC of King County to offer monthly workshops and advocacy programs. These were free programs that provided participants, parents, and caregivers crucial information related to the disability community. We added a 3rd shuttle by partnering again and increasing our partnership with Hyde Shuttle. That helps aid mobility for our seniors around Federal Way, get them to doctor appointments, shopping, pharmacies, whatever they might need, we can get them there. And we also continued our partnership with Celebration Shag. We provide programs and opportunities for the Shag residents at the Federal Way Community Center, so that's been a very successful program as well. So other accomplishments, the Youth Commission, we had a new and really exciting Youth Commission. They did a great job. They had a real strong work ethic and really wanted to make a difference in the community. And they made their goal of raising $10,000 for the First Step Scholarship, and that created an application and a process for awarding the monies. We also, COVID kind of stopped this, but it was important enough and cool enough that we wanted to tell you about it. We started a partnership with the King County Library System, providing a story walk at Panther Lake Park. If you've ever seen one of these, they're very cool. Really changes the experience for parents with children or grandparents with children. Tells a story on storyboards as they make a lap around the Panther Lake Trail. So it's going to be a really nice addition that will be installed. The agreements are all in place as soon as COVID is over. So accomplishments of the community center. So that was recreation. Now we're going to the community center. So 2019 and 20 accomplishments. Red, White, and Blues and Miles from Miso were over the top great. They're always great, but this was, I think, the best we've ever done. The operations were completely seamless and fluid among all city staff and departments. A lot of different departments help with this, including the police, finance. We get a lot of help across the city, IT, and I'm probably forgetting some people. There's a lot of involvement and a lot of coordination that has to make those to make those work, and big help from the mayor on those with the soundtracks and also being at the start of the Miles from ESO. Just a very cool day for our community. We successfully had to negotiate new contracts for the fireworks. Our former provider, who was tremendous, unfortunately went out of business, and we also added a new landscape company to take care of the grounds at the community center. We implemented, as I mentioned before, the new RecTrack software system. That's a major upgrade for everybody. It helped finance, it helped everybody, and it works much better, so IT doesn't have to fix it every 10 minutes for us like they did on the old one. So accomplishments in 20, we hosted, just hats off to Leaf and the other Trish and Hannah over at the community center that really decided that they did not want to lose the momentum of the good work we've done for Miles from ESO. And they changed it to a virtual format because we couldn't have people gather, and people ran on an honor system, and we made over $15,000, which is just tremendous. And that now adds up to charitable earnings. After 8 years of this program, we have now donated or raised $150,000 for mesothelioma research. We could not be more proud of that. We are doing virtual and outdoor fitness classes in 2020, and they're going well. We're seeing consistent attendance between 10 and 15 participants, which is the maximum we can do safely. But this creativity of this group is just off the charts. They are not going to be defeated, and they will do things to reach out to our community and make our community better and more healthy. And they'll do it safely, and they have demonstrated the ability to do that over and over. I could not be more proud of them. We reopened the community center on September 1st, and we're one of the first ones to open in the area. We're being watched closely, and our staff is just tearing it up over there. They're doing a fantastic job keeping everybody safe. People are thrilled to be back. We're getting great participation and great cooperation from our public that's following the rules and keeping it safe for everybody. So accomplishments during 20, we did a lot of facility improvements during the closure time. I want you to know that we did not waste this time. We took full advantage and worked very hard to make it better when we got back. So obviously we had to do a lot of social distance signing and COVID-19 signage. That's been all purchased and installed. We painted most of the interiors in the whole community center, so the place is shining like a new penny right now. We grouted all the tile in the locker rooms and cabanas. We added a really cool city logo at the entryway to the community center. We refinished the gym floor. We replaced the small slide component of the little toy in the shallow end of the community center pool and the leisure pool. We did a steam generator replacement. We added touchless bottle fillers to make things more safe from a COVID perspective. We changed to automatic toilet modules, and we updated a more secure entry and exit gate. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Thomas and the IT department for the work they've done on our temperature scanning units and helping us with those entry gates, among other things. So none of this happens alone. There's a lot of cooperation in our city, and we're lucky to have all the different departments. Next. So accomplishments for parks and facilities. So we maintained and performed repairs to over 317,000 square feet of facility space. We have 1.5 facility workers in our, and so 317,000 by 1.5, and did a fabulous job. Our buildings are clean and nice and in working order. Those folks are doing a great job, and I couldn't be more proud of them. We maintain over 1,100 acres of parks and greenbelts. We identified and made repairs to asphalt paths throughout the park system, and we worked to put safety modifications to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19 even out in the park system. So, it doesn't stop inside the building. So we're very proud of the work that was accomplished there. So continuing this, we did extensive work with the Federal Way Public Schools to develop and update a memorandum of understanding between our maintenance division and the school district's maintenance division on the 3 shared facilities, Sacagawea, Sahalee, and Lakota. That relationship has never been better, I don't think, and we enjoy working with them. I think they enjoy working with us. It's very respectful, and that's gone very well. again, and the same theme that I told you about at the community center, we did not waste this time where we were in, an unfortunate closure. We, as you know, had to close Steel Lake, and Celebration Park was largely unable to be used for any sports activities. But if you've driven through Celebration Park recently, it probably looks as good as it did the year it was built. We really focused on street appeal there and took advantage of the time that was given to us without a park full of people to really doll things up and make it nice. We did massive Steel Lake Park improvements during this closure time that could have never been done because we had a park full of people. I was telling the mayor today that the list is exhaustive of the work that our maintenance division did over there. We're thrilled to have that time, and now when we do reopen soon, that park will be shining, and we're very excited, and it'll just be a better experience for everybody who goes to the park when that reopens soon. We provided maintenance support to numerous special events, both city and non-city, from Desna and the Blues Festival and all of the different Diversity Festival, all the different things that happen. We support those events, and we're happy to do that, and we're looking forward to getting people back out there when we can do that. So Dumas Bay Center, accomplishments in 19 and 20. Can't say enough about this dedicated, hardworking, smart, innovative, entrepreneurial staff that we have down there. 3 people, 3 FTEs, and their revenue is near $1 million. That is just fantastic. And they were on track to have a record-breaking year this year until March 12th. Changed our world a bit. It's not forever, but it's for now. And but again, we, just like what I told you at Steel Lake and Celebration and the Community Center, we did not waste this time. We installed new lighting in the meeting rooms, staff areas, entrances to both the Dumas Bay Center and Knudsen Family Theater. One of the things that I'm really proud of, Rob and his team, they've recognized that everybody now has 1 or 2 devices at every meeting they go to. So if we have a conference or a retreat or anything like that, everybody's got an iPad they want to plug in, or a laptop or a cell phone. So we installed USB outlets throughout parts of the facility to assist guests with their adjusted charging needs. Just makes it a better experience, much easier for them. And I think people are going to be very excited when they go, wow, this is cool, because that was not there in the past. We also installed new, beautiful window coverings in Eagle View, Osprey, and Heron rooms, and that really dressed those areas up. So very proud of the work that's been done down there, and there's some more. So next. We installed ultraviolet light purification systems in our mini-split air conditioning and heaters, and the HVAC, and also in the HVAC for the Knudsen Family Theater. This will help ensure guest safety from spreading the virus. This is the highest of the high-end filter systems that you can get, and we're very proud to have been able to do that. That was done with CARES funding, and we're very excited about that. It absolutely qualified, and it makes us safer and better for when we get to reopen, which hopefully is soon. We also created a new suite for guest rentals. We took the old priest quarters and turned that into a guest suite. This is the only overnight room in the facility to include a full bath, a climate-controlled and individually climate-controlled environment, and a lounge office area included. And we also found a way to create a new overnight room on the north end on the first floor for guest usage, so that both of those 2 things will increase revenue when they're allowed to reopen safely. So continued accomplishments. One of the things that I'm very happy to tell you is that Judy continues to work tirelessly. As you know, we obviously lost a lot of business during this time of closure, but the best news I can give you is almost every single group that had to cancel in 20 has already rebooked at 21. So that makes the outlook for next year and going forward really good. So even though we had a forced closure through nobody's fault, when we reopen, we should have a very good year, assuming that COVID is done. So we're very excited about that. And we continue to work hard to reduce expenditures and maximize revenues for the Dumas Bay Center operations. Accomplishments for the Performing Arts and Events Center. So this business was obviously hit very hard by COVID, but prior to it being closed, there was some great stuff happening there. We couldn't be more happy with Spectra and Brian. and the work of Autumn Grassett over there. They have just done a terrific job. They continue to build positive relationships with our resident artist organizations. The signage was completed in June of 19 with the big pack signs on the two sides of the building, and that is great. One sign at the entrance to the parking lot. Autumn was able to work closely along with Jason Gerwin, our deputy director, to contract with the Department of Corrections for cleaning of the pack landscape and staircase. We were able to, actually Autumn was able to successfully negotiate a contract with Waste Management for rental as they distributed their new totes and dumpsters throughout the city as part of the contract. And they were able to make some capital purchases for staging risers and advertising monitors in the lobby to make the guest experience better and the renters experience better and more services for them available. So couldn't be more proud of them. So key anticipated projects for the Recreation Division. We will continue to create innovative, safe programming to return to the pre-COVID-19 revenue levels. This group has overachieved. They've achieved their very lofty and aggressive revenue projections each and every year while keeping their expenses in line. And they're a creative, hardworking, dedicated group of people, strong professionals, each of them, and they're committed to getting us back the revenue to where we will go, and that is all about customer care and customer service and safety and modeling the best possible behaviors, and they have just done a fabulous job, so could not be more proud of them. They will continue to distribute the Youth Commission scholarship funds for free or very low cost opportunities for our public. And we will explore mobile recreation vans, hopefully funded by grants, to take recreation to the people that are underserved in Federal Way. We've Cody Geddes, our rec manager, has had this idea for quite some time, and we can do some real good work in our community, assuming we can get a grant and get some vans, take some recreation to the kids that are underserved or can't get to other programs. So key projects for the community center upcoming. So we will continue to recover from the COVID-19 losses, much like recreation. One of Leaf's goals and the other staff over there is to continue to increase membership increases. And I can tell you another piece of good news. We have very few people who have canceled their membership, very few. And the ones who have had good reason to, none of them have canceled because they were unhappy or anything like that. They may have an underlying condition that they just don't want to take the risk right now, but they have been incredibly friendly and nice about it. And we make that easy to do. And most of them have told us, I think all of them, frankly, have told us that they'll be back as soon as this COVID scare is over. So they'll continue to program group fitness participation. That group fitness has just gone off the charts. We're blessed to have some fabulous instructors over there who have been with us for quite some time. They have a following. They do tremendous work. They make a difference in people's lives. They change people's lives. They change their health. And those are super popular. And we'll also continue individual fitness and recreation participation. We will ensure the public trust and safety after COVID-19. We are working hard to replace the giant slide, the big slide in the leisure pool. That unfortunately has started to fail. We've got a temporary fix. We're on the third year of a temporary fix. So it needs to get done, but there is some good news on the horizon. There is a King County Aquatics grant coming available in 21. That's about a $500,000 structure, and we're hopeful to get the entire thing paid for with a grant. The original water heaters, there's 3 water heaters in the array. You can imagine the amount of hot water that we use for showers and the pools and everything else in there. So the 3 hot water heaters have begun to show some signs of failing, and those need to be replaced. They were installed originally in 2007 when we opened. We're working hard to increase youth sports opportunities through partnerships with existing community groups. And we are now exploring a relationship with Federal Way Public Schools to teach second graders how to swim in a PE course to further our drowning prevention education and outreach. So Dumas Bay, key projects anticipated. So With Dumas Bay upcoming, as I've mentioned, Judy and Rob continue to work tirelessly to rebook all the canceled contracts that we lost in 20, and the outlook is very good for 21 and 22 as people continually rebook. They want to be back. They love it there. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the third leg of that unbelievable stool that we have over there, which is Rob, Judy, and Chef Scott. You've all sampled Chef Scott's wares, and he is fabulous. And they love the food, they love the customer service, and they love the view. And now they're getting better climate control, and there's a lot of other amenities that will make it continue to thrive. So we'll continue to partner with our resident theater groups. And Center Stage, they're working hard to get reopened. We're working hard with them. We'll build improvements to the guest and staff safety as new normal operations resume under the new guidelines. We'll continue to design operations to continue to capture the necessary revenue from clients and reducing expenditures where possible. We would like to continue to install mini split units and overnight rooms to improve guest comfort, and we'll be replacing the windows in the meeting spaces. So parks and facilities, key projects anticipated. We will continue to manage and minimize the impacts of COVID-19. Continue to partner with community groups such as AmeriCorps, We Love Our City, many of the faith-based groups. They have just done a fabulous job. Without them, we would be in real trouble. You've seen some of their work recently at the Blueberry Farm. They completely have transformed that through their efforts, and we couldn't be more grateful and appreciative of their work over there. We'll continue to work with our hardworking Parks Commission to identify playground structures that need to be improved, among other amenities in parks that hopefully we can make some improvements on. They're very valuable to us, and we have great commissioners. Our playground replacements, the next ones on the horizon will be Celebration Park. As you see when you drive by, that's always a very busy playground, and it's a really small footprint. So we have some goals to expand the footprint of that and add some new and fun high play value amenities outside that current footprint. We're also looking at replacing Alderbrook and Heritage Woods. Both of those are aging, and remember, we have 23 playgrounds in our park system, and so it's a constant refreshment of those, making them safe, new, fun, relevant. Play value is very important. It helps with kids' development. And so we consistently work on that. We have some of the best playgrounds around, and they're always safe. They're inspected by highly skilled playground inspectors. And before you think a playground inspection, how difficult can that be? The people I've talked to said it's 10 times harder than your SAT. So it's a brutal test, and I have not taken it. So I have not passed it either. So there we go. Key projects anticipated for us through our system and the parks. We'll continue trail repairs throughout the park system. We're going to begin a master plan project, feasibility study for Laurelwood Park. Volunteer improvements will continue at the Blueberry Farm, and we'll continue our turf renovation. Some of the things that council and mayor were able to get us several years ago is our natural field turf, such as Celebration Park and Sahalee, Lakota. All of those were failing. We purchased some very unique equipment called sandbanding equipment, and we have been deploying that since we obtained it, and it's made a real difference in the health of our turf and extended the life of a very expensive amenity. So key projects anticipated for the Performing Arts and Events Center. Two of the things that they need to do, that they have expressed a serious need, is to create a regional marketing campaign to reach even further outside of Federal Way and bring in new patrons to the PAC to see great shows, have a great time, but also spend money in town while they're here, when, before or after for dinner or whatever they'd like to do in town. So we also need to do a website revision, enhancing the online experience for our patrons, creating a more mobile-friendly platform, and improving the SEO analytics for further marketing outreach online. The recommended improvements for revenue potential. We're always thinking about how we can increase our revenue. One of the biggest revenue producers and most popular is the picnic shelters. We have one at Steel Lake and one at Town Square, as you know. We have far more requests than we have time to rent those. So if we added new ones, we know we could at least double that revenue very easily. We're turning away at least as many people that are able to rent. They're just not available because they're already rented. We're continuing to explore, working hard with Economic Development Director Tim Johnson on potential to add artificial turf at Celebration Park. We talked about this with Councilmember Kochmar as well. We'd like to continue down the road of making Lakota Park improvements, but that is it is dependent upon a matching partnership with the school district. We would like to master plan Steel Lake Park, Brook Lake, and Laurelwood. We definitely need to, as EJ mentioned in his presentation, we need to replace the parks, the shared parks public works maintenance facility. As you know, it's antiquated and not safe, and it needs to be replaced, and we're taking the right steps on that. Thank you for your support on that. Improvements to outdoor spaces at the Federal Way Community Center. These are little things that you don't notice but make a huge difference. In the past 2 years, we've added some walkways that used to be grass. We've added concrete, which you wouldn't think that's a big deal, and we also improved drainage on the backside of the building because now we use those for outdoor programming spaces. And by adding the concrete, it keeps the building much cleaner, which cuts down on cost and maintaining the facility. We're not dragging in nearly the amount of grass and dirt that we were before by just adding little pads of concrete that you don't notice, but they look like they belong there now. You think, well, that's always been there. No, those are all new. And that was a combination of our really talented maintenance staff working along with the community center staff and recreation staff. So getting into a little bit here, we didn't ask for a ton this time, recognizing that you know, COVID and the economy and all of that, but a few things that we did do, and this is mandated by the state, is temporary help minimum wage. I think we're the second largest, at least, employer of youth, probably behind Wild Waves. They're more seasonal, where we're year round. Most of those young people start at minimum wage with us, so they're very important to our operations. We could not do any of our programs without the hard work of our part-time staff. So we have to come up with the new dollars to meet the mandated minimum wage changes. Over at the PAC, these are mostly housekeeping that we work closely with our finance department and the PAC's general manager, Brian, and their new finance person, Cliff. They're both great. We worked hard and made some reductions, obviously. We have to be honest with ourselves and know that that COVID is going to hit the PAC a little bit harder. It's a different animal than, say, the community center or even Dumas Bay. They have to work with artists who have to travel. Those artists need to have a comfort level to want to travel. So we reduced some of the revenue expectation. We do anticipate a slight increase, though, in rentals, because while the big shows may not want to travel on tour to do their show right away until COVID goes, we do know that we're going to get some a little more local rentals, or more regional rentals. Concessions, we dropped that a little bit based on projections of what attendance is going to look like. Advertising the same way. A little concerned about the advertising climate right now coming out of COVID. A lot of businesses have been hurt that would typically be sponsors. Professional services actually goes up a bit due to PPE and guidelines for cleaning and staffing once we open over there. The next two columns are mostly interfund that we worked closely with our finance department to reduce those costs a little bit. And so the total transfer for next year will be $1,018,884 over at the PAC. So, next. So Dumas Bay Center, these are some of the things that we were able to do in this proposed budget. These have been tentatively approved, so thank you very much, Mayor and Ade, for helping us with this. We need to replace the guest room bedspreads. They were in need of replacement and could not go another year. We're going to replace some windows for energy savings and a better experience for our guests. And the HVAC upgrades will continue by putting those mini splits in. They're pretty affordable. We have a great vendor, and they're affordable, and they make a real game changer for guest comfort. Over at the community center, we mentioned earlier, the water heater array needs to be replaced. We went ahead and put in the slide replacement, and don't freak out about the 500,000 because that is only going to happen if we get a grant, and we're very, very confident that we will get that grant and be able to pay for that in full. This King County Aquatics grant has quite a bit of money in it, and there's not that many facilities, and ours is a phenomenal project for them. So we're very excited about that opportunity.
John, can you talk about that? Can you talk about that slide and the fact that we repaired it?
Yes, be happy to, sir. So as you probably remember, about 2.5 years ago, the staircase up to the slide actually failed. It's made out of concrete. It failed after tens and tens and tens of thousands of children and adults up and down those stairs. The mayor actually noticed it first as he was swimming with Ben and said, "Hey, there's something going on at the bottom of that staircase." And lo and behold, it was a problem. So we hired a structural engineer who helped us to design a temporary fix. One of our maintenance workers, Robert Voss, happens to be a master concrete finisher. And we about killed him, but he was able to do that with some help from some other people. And so that is a temporary replacement. It was guaranteed. The structural engineer said, "Oh, you probably get 1 year out of it." We had him come back at the end of the first year, and he said, "Probably get another year. Don't push it too far." And so, it's gotten a bit of a rest for these last 6 months. Nobody's been up those stairs, but it needs to be replaced. And so we're very much hoping that we can get that grant and get that done, because that's such a huge amenity. It really is a revenue driver. People want to come to Leisure Pool because they want to go down that slide, and we know that, and we're excited about it, and we want to get that done. So it would be completely replaced. It'll be an interesting project with windows having to be taken out because the slide it's too big to go through any door. So we'll have to take windows out and take it out with a conveyor belt. It's going to be a fascinating thing. We'll probably film it. It's going to be really neat. So does that answer the question, sir? I'm going to assume yes. Okay.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
No problem. So over to park maintenance. This was mentioned. Council President Honda had asked this question earlier during a day's presentation, and she asked about was that going to be overtime? This is the two people that Ade mentioned. We had Ali, who you see around City Hall a lot, both out in the parking lot and here in the building. He's a tremendously hard worker and has really developed some skills through some mentorship here. He did not come to us with tremendous background in maintenance, but he's a great worker. He was a seasonal for 10 years with us and just did a fabulous job and worked his way into a 0.5 job. And so the mayor recognized this and along with Ade was able to help us get Ali from 0.5 to 1.0, which will really help around this building. Among other places too. And then Jesse Eisenbacher, I don't know if you know Jesse, but Jesse has been a 3/4 time FTE, and he has now been moved to 1.0. So he was typically laid off October, November, December. And that's when we can get a lot of stuff done. And so it's very important to have that. We're very grateful to get that. So another area that needs to be funded and has been tentatively funded, those are noxious weed fees that come in the form of taxes through SWIM, and we have no choice. They have to pay them. We have to pay them. It's noxious weed abatement. The parking lot at Lakota has failed. It's been in a failure state for probably a decade, and it needs to be replaced. We already have a funding source for that, so no worries. And EJ and his talented engineers over there and project managers were kind enough to reach out to us and say, "Hey, we're doing a project. If you'd like to piggyback with us, we can save you some money." And they're doing some of the engineering as part of this. And we're very grateful for that cooperation. And I can't stress that enough, that we get tremendous cooperation across the city from whether it be public works, police, all of, finance, clerk's office, law, everybody is involved in helping everybody else be successful in it. And without them, we couldn't do it. But this was an extraordinary outreach from EJ and his crew to help us out and saved us some money. And we already have the funding, but now we save some of that money for another project. So very grateful for that. We do need to demo the Brook Lake mobile home and the outbuildings. There's one outbuilding that needs to go. They become attractive nuisances. We're getting serious unwanted activities that I won't go into. We've had break-ins. There's black mold in those facilities. they need to go, and they're probably going to go fairly soon. We're going to attempt to do these in-house. We also need to look hard at the condemned portion of the Brook Lake building and see if we can surgically remove that and then restore that side of the more historic portion of Brook Lake. That's going to be a little bit more intense. And so we're asking for $40,000 in 22, but if we can take down those two outbuildings in-house, we may only have to pay dump fees on that, or just disposal fees. But we have to work with public or community development for permitting on demolition. And then
that's right, John. John, if we could, with regard to the demo, I think it's important for people to know that we had the Brook Lake buildings donated to us 6 years ago.
Absolutely.
And then how many years ago was it that the old dance hall connected to, it was an old facility, but it's connected to the more historic building. When was it that we red tagged that because of a concerned failure of the walls essentially giving out on the side?
I want to say at least 3 years ago, this time of year, about 3 years ago, and it may have been 4. And it's unfortunate because it was a neat building, but it's completely unsafe, and now it's even more unsafe. So it needs to go. So and it will go, and we'll make the Brook Lake, the actual community center portion, look great and move forward because it is an important structure to our community. So regarding playground replacement, again, we talked about Celebration Park, Alderbrook, and Heritage Woods. Those are actually decided with our Parks Commission. So we go out on a tour every year. We take the whole Parks Commission out in one of our buses, and we drive around, and they make a decision on which ones they think should be replaced, and that's based on condition, ability to get parts. But sometimes it's made because of a need in an area. We just redid Mirror Lake. Well, that's very close to Uptown Square, and those kids needed a place to play. And so that one, it needed to be done, and it was on the list, but that one kind of got moved up because it needed to be done. And now it's a fantastic playground, and it's got a zip line, and we can't wait to reopen it. So we have a few little things left to go. It's all installed, but we have some site work to do around it. It won't be long before that'll be able to be reopened or opened again. Next. So anticipated challenges going forward. COVID-19 will be a challenge for all of us. Every department will continue to deal with this. Our department is based upon bringing people together, and so we need to do that safely. Our whole mission in life is to bring people together and provide fun, meaningful activities and game-changing experiences for them, and we need to do that safely. Our staffing levels continue to be a concern. Issues around homelessness in parks. Hopefully we can continue to make improvements and do some things there because we get some unwanted activity. We'll continue to rebuild revenue. I believe in the people that we have. I believe in their ideas. I believe in their creativity. And most importantly, I believe in the proof's in the pudding. They've done it, and they've done it well for many, many years. This is a group that you can believe in and you can trust to, if it can be done, this group will do it across the board. As Ade mentioned, REIT, hopefully that will bounce back a little bit because our major maintenance is funded with that, and playground replacement and repairs. That will have impacts if that goes too long without the normal influxes. Next. And with that, I am open to answer any questions. I'll try my very best. All those other folks that I mentioned earlier are on the line, and it'll take just a second if I can't answer your questions. So thank you for your time and attention. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Councilmember Sepidawson.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. And if I'm not mistaken, Ali is also a great singer.
He is a great singer.
Yes.
So, I wish I understood Farsi. I'd know what he's singing, but yeah, he is. He can really carry a tune. He's fabulous.
He sung for me in my office.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's great.
So my question is around the Youth Commission's $10,000 scholarship fund.
Mm-hmm.
How did they do the fundraising, and is this sustainable? Is it something that the city would pick up? Just wanted a better understanding of that.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to make sure that Cody Geddes gets unmuted here. So if you can give Thomas just a second. Cody, when you get on the line and turn on your camera, I am going to let you answer that. He works closely with Kim Ledyard and Dave Clemens to run the Youth Commission now, and he may have a better answer for me. So first question, I'm stumped. I honestly don't know. And so I'm going to, Cody, are you unmuted yet?
Yeah, I think I am. Thank you, Councilmember Estefa Dawson, for the question. The Youth Commission did an awesome job. They did a membership drive at the community center. And so they asked members to add $1 onto their monthly membership. And that's how we got to about $5,000. And then one of our members heard about the scholarship drive and they matched the $5,000. So an unnamed member of the community matched it with 5,000. So that's how we got to 10. And then COVID hit as they were trying to come up with the application to distribute the funds. So at this moment, we haven't distributed the funds until the Youth Commission kind of regathers and decides on how they're gonna distribute those funds.
So in the future, do you think, I mean, once you start something, I think it needs to continue. So do they have a plan on how this is going to be a feasible, continuous program for youth?
Yeah, I think the membership drive and continuing that option for members to add $1 onto it for the scholarship is sustainable, is a sustainable model. I believe that. And then as the Youth Commission turns over, you know, we always get a lot of great ideas with new blood in there.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Oh, I have one more comment.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's
John,
good.
as you were talking about the marketing, the campaign for marketing, I'm wondering, and this might be a question for Tim Johnson, is it possible to use the what is it? The LTAC, yeah. Why can't I think of it? To partner with them to do marketing for the city as well as hotel motel type of marketing for use, because I think the end result is the same, is to bring people into our community. So just a comment on that.
That's a great comment, and I will run that to ground with Tim. Luckily, Autumn and Brian both have great relationships with Tim. We all do, and so we'll see if we can run that to ground and see if we can get some help from LTAC.
Okay, great. Council President Honda.
Thank you. I have several questions, so I'll read them and then repeat them if necessary. Will the fees be increased to Dumas Bay for overnight stays with the increased amenities that have been done to recoup some of those costs?
I don't believe so. Oh, you want me to answer one at a time?
Is anyone working? Don't know.
No, I said, do you want me to answer one at a time? Okay. I don't believe that we're planning to raise fees. Rob, if you want to unmute if I'm wrong, you can step in. But most of those improvements were done with CARES money. So we do not, the city is not out that money. That safety was paid for with some CARES money. Some of it was already city money. So I don't believe, like the lighting wasn't obviously CARES money, but the safety and the USB plugs were not CARES money. But the safety stuff, I don't believe so. But Rob, or don't know if you're unmuted yet. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Are you planning to raise fees?
At this point, we're not planning on raising fees. Our clientele is one that pays for a lot of their events on their own, and prices are really important to everybody, as we all know. And so, at this point, we're going to put it all back together and stay where we're at right now.
All right. Thanks, Rob.
Okay. So at the PAC is at one point Brian was working on the naming rights. I'm wondering if he's still doing that. I know this is a weird time for companies who might not have the money to put into something like that, but at least I'd like to know where that stands. Also, I haven't been there for a few weeks, so I was wondering if the plants have been replaced in the public art installation, and if the weeding will be an ongoing event there because the weeds seem to grow so well
They
there.
do grow well there. Yes, they do grow well. We are kind of hoping as soon as the DOC crews can get back to work, they had to stop because of COVID. But we have already met. Autumn has met with them. She administers that contract, and she has met with the lead of that crew, and they know that that's the first thing that they're going to do as soon as they get back is take care of all those weeds. And then to answer your question about, we put down weed barrier in where the art is installed. And then, yes, we'll probably replant next spring is our goal because it's too late now in the winter to replant over there. So,
And the naming rights?
Naming rights, I think you nailed it, Council President. It's a terrible time to ask people for money. And I'm sure Brian continues to work on that. But the reality is that well is a little dry right now. And so, but I will check on that and get back with you on if there's been any progress in that area. But I would venture to guess that it's a brutal time to ask people for money.
Okay.
Everybody's been hurt.
Excuse me. My last question is about Lakota Park. It must have been 2013, 2014 time period where we tried to get the school district to partner with us to redo Lakota Park. I think we put $7 million aside. Does that sound right?
700,000.
700,000. And asked them for the same. But since that time, the school district, I don't know what negotiations you guys have with them to redo the park, but small things have been replaced around the park. Like now you're talking about doing the parking lot. I mean, other things have been fixed and replaced. Is there, in case the school district doesn't come through and ever want to partner with us on redoing this park, which would be a shame since their PE programs use the park extensively. For the neighborhood and for the city, the park still needs to be redone. So it may be that we just have to come up with the money on our own and redo the park. Is that in the long-term plans to come up with it on our own to redo this park without waiting for the school district?
I think ideally we would like to wait for a partner with the school district because you absolutely nailed it. The schools are the major user there. Probably close to 60 to 70% of the use is schools. I know that about that time they were planning to do all the schools, like the rebuild of Federal Way High School, all the elementary schools, all of that stuff, and then COVID hit them. But I can tell you that our relationships have never been better. We work closely with their maintenance division. We work closely with the assistant superintendent. Well, not the assistant superintendent, the head of maintenance, and they have been a pleasure to work with. And I would rather go that route and get that partnership. I think we can get more done. However, we always are in the market for grant funding. So, if we could do enough to make a difference on our own, then that would be a decision for the mayor and you to make that decision. But we'd have to come up with the grant funding because what we have is not enough to make a discernible difference right now. But the parking lot replacement will be very important. And so I wouldn't say it's my number one goal to do that by ourselves. I'd rather have the partnership. That would really help. It's really a lot of their use, and they're great. Those kids need it. Those kids deserve it, and the neighborhood deserves it. You're not wrong about that at all. The neighborhood does deserve it, but we really need that partnership.
Okay. I was just thinking as we put more money into replacing or fixing things that absolutely have to be fixed over there, if in the long term, if that is going to be the if the design would still stay the same, if the parking lot's going to stay the same, because I could envision that there will be changes, I would hope, to the whole park. And so I don't like to spend money when we don't need to in case of changes in the future. So
yes, and the parking lot would likely stay almost in its exact same configuration. So these repairs we do will last even after we do an improvement. It'll last 20 plus years, and we don't anticipate making massive changes to the parking lot. It's more the playing surfaces as they exist today, reconfiguring those areas inside the fences.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
That's me. Okay. Hey, John Hutton, Mr. Hutton. I'll tell you, the city of Federway is truly lucky to have such incredible people. I mean, from EJ to a day to, we honest to God are truly blessed. And if people don't know that, all I can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they don't know that. They should. We're truly lucky. And John, I have always respected your leadership, and I've always respected our conversations with a great deal. And I have to say that the parks I hold a special place in my heart for the parks because obviously I used to work in the parks department. I used to be a temporary employee. I picked up those dirty diapers and needles and whatnot, but yet witnessed the most amazing people in Federway come together with their family, friends, and it's truly a great place to discover how diverse this community is and how enriched we are because of that. That being said, I just kind of have some more comments and some sprinkling of very simple questions.
Sure.
Brook Lake, thank you for clarifying. And I just encourage that we continue to clarify that what exactly is going to happen, that we're really protecting the historical aspects.
Absolutely.
And so I just really want to say thank you for really clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Let's see. I'm kind of ashamed to say this, but I am utterly pleased to see Jason Gerwin as the deputy director.
We all are. He's fantastic.
He absolutely is. I mean, as an AmeriCorps member and doing your projects, John, when I was an AmeriCorps member, I just remember is very motivating and inspirational speeches. I'm going to say speeches. They're full-blown speeches. Yep. I really appreciated his words. So, I think I somehow missed that, but very, very pleased to see that take place. Another comment, and again, this is just a truly a testament to, in this case, because we're in the Parks Department section of the budget, this is really a testament of your leadership. My parents came back just about a year ago, just over a year now, and my mom's been as many I can't say that, as many of our folks around Federway and maybe some staff. My father's been fighting Parkinson's, and so she tries very hard to really keep him busy and bring him to your community center, our community center. And so I'm very grateful for the programming there. But I really appreciated seeing the efforts of the senior homecoming. That was just fun. I mean, what a treat that was. I mean, I just felt like I was the parent. I'm taking pictures of my parents, at their homecoming. So it was just, John, it was really cool. And it's because of the creativity of your staff and the empowerment that you've given them, which is just awesome. Very pleased. And again, Mr. Mayor, apologies for taking a little bit long on this, but thank you for giving me the time. And that's the mobile recreation van. I am very curious to hear more about it because, you know me, we've had our very healthy, heated conversations, spirited, not heated, spirited conversations that you're just so good at, John. You're just so good at those. But about youth, late night youth activities, and so certainly I really appreciate this. I'm very curious to find out more about it because I think there's an absolute need for this. Don't worry, these are just comments. But I'm not going to ask about late night sports or whatnot. That's I'm going to put that on hold. Although I do think it's really, really important. Very impressed with the youth commission and their $10,000 of fundraising efforts. I believe I met with that youth commission, and I believe I've told them that you've made history. So shout out to them and to the staff that support them. So my question is, I found it really interesting that there's a third shuttle for the Hyde shuttle. And so clearly there's a need for that. Is that right? And
Absolutely.
How do we identify that? So tell me more about that.
Well, David Schmidt is our senior coordinator. And first of all, Councilmember Moore, thank you for all the kind words.
Sure.
It's really not much to do with me. I stay out of their way, and they are phenomenal. All of them are tremendous professionals. Some of the programs you mentioned earlier, including Hyde Shuttle, but that senior prom or the senior homecoming, that's David Schmidt, Melinda Blevins, Cassie Swan. They are just a fabulous team over there who really care about our community and care about the experiences that are truly life-changing, and it makes a difference. And listen to how you're talking about it. It's been almost a year, and so that's the memories that we create. And so Dave, I assume was the staff member that he worked with these seniors, and the Hyde people are saying we're getting more calls than we have shuttle drivers and shuttle buses, and so he worked with the Hyde Shuttle leadership, and they brought a third bus down here because a lot of seniors, even if they can drive, sometimes they're more comfortable not driving, especially if it's to a medical appointment or something like that where they don't know how they're going to feel coming out, or to a pharmacy, things like that. We take them right to the door, make life a little easier for them, and so Dave just worked closely with them. He has connections all over the region. He's truly connected and very well thought of. He's got to be the best senior coordinator in the state. I can't think of anybody better than him. He does unbelievable things with their seniors, including taking them to Seahawk games all over the country. Going to Yellowstone, going to the Canadian Rockies, going to the Grand Canyon. These are phenomenal trips, and they just do a tremendous job over there. And so that's how we got the Hyde Shuttle. Persistence and good relationships, treating people right, and you get what you need if you're nice to people and you're appreciative and you're a good partner back.
Exactly. No, I think those pivotal relationships are absolutely important. I think opportunities where we have the third shuttle now, I think is really important because it just provides opportunity for our senior what's the appropriate word to call them? Our
seniors.
Sure. So
older kids.
People who have a lot of wisdom. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, there you go. Older kids.
There you go. Older kids. There you go. But I just think that a lot of them want to go somewhere. I mean, I know that at one time I met with a lot of them, and they want to come to city council meetings, but they're not able to. And granted, they're on TV, of course, but some of them just want to come, physically go somewhere. So I'm grateful for that, and I'm absolutely grateful for the work that your senior citizen coordinator does. And then the last question I have is the cleanups. I know that you have spent numerous amounts of time to clean up in terms of, your negative stuff that are left behind from homeless people. Celebration Park is one that kind of comes to my mind because I've heard that. So is that in your budget to provide more support for that? Because I assume that there's a real dire need of that.
There is a dire need. There is a dire need, but it's more, like in the case of the PAC and the staircase, we were able to secure the contract with DOC, which is fabulous. Had it not been for COVID, the weeds that Council President Honda rightly pointed out would have been removed already, and we'll get those out of there the minute we can. and the other cleanups that you mentioned, they actually assist us. The DOC helps us with the homeless camp cleanups. So they do great work. They're easy to work with. They know what they're doing. They're experienced. We don't have to do much. In fact, unless there's a piece of equipment needed with an operator, they really don't want us there. They say, show us what you want, and we'll be done in a day or 2 days or however, it depends on the scope of the cleanup. But they're fabulous. They're good to work with. And both our parks maintenance team and Autumn Gressett, who works on that contract, they have really forged a good relationship, and it's a huge help to us. So as soon as they get back from COVID, we'll be doing that.
Well, thanks for all your efforts, and
thank you
for all your team as well. I really greatly appreciate everybody's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you and your staff do. I really appreciate it. Is it possible if you can put up the last slide up where it shows the conversion of the 0.5 FTE to 1.00 FTE?
Sure. If Jason, do you still have a slideshow?
Yep,
available?
give me just 1 minute.
Okay, it's one of the last slides. Did you have some specific questions while he's pulling that up?
Yeah. So my question is, I just try to understand the number. If we convert the 0.5 FTE to the full 1 FTE, should the column on the right side for the salary and benefits change from 21 to 22?
Probably, with a step increase, it probably should. And I'm not looking at that slide right now. Let me see. I might have a hard copy here until Jason. No, Jason's pulling it up now. But
Green should be up. Can you see it?
yeah, we can see it on the screen. So you just got to get. It's late in the presentation, Jason. Probably 36 or 37, something like that. Try 32.
Right here.
Okay.
Okay. So the first line right there, convert 0.5 FTE to 1.0 FTE. And then on the right-hand side under the amount, for 21, it's 31,000, and then 22 is 31,000. Is that the typo?
That may be a typo. We may have just figured it, assuming the higher salary for 22, as he may have an anniversary coming up soon, right at the beginning of 21, that moved him to that. So there may be a typo there, but it's going to be small. Only less than $2,000 would be a step increase in there. Probably 22 might be $2,000 short, would be my guess. But that's an absolute guess at this time, Councilmember. But we will look into that and figure out why those. Yeah, you're exactly right. I would think there'd be a step increase in there.
Okay.
So we'll look into that one.
So would it be safe for me to assume that in 2020 the amount would be half of that 31,000, because in 2020 the individual only worked half time?
I believe that would probably be correct. That's logical to me. I'd have to look at this, and I may have to get back to you on that one, Councilmember.
That's okay. Thank you, John.
You're very welcome.
And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you pointing that out. I'll get on that.
Okay, Councilmember Verso.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, thank you for all you do and your staff. I've either worked with all you folks or have talked to you, and it's always been great working with you. I know you guys work very hard. So I just have one question on the community center.
Mm-hmm.
Do you anticipate any other building infrastructure replacements? Because we have the water heaters. Is there anything else you can think of in that building that could be, HVAC or anything else that could be going out in the future that you think that might have to be replaced?
Yeah, we're at about the 13-year mark. The roof will eventually need it, but I think we've got several more years on that. We should be okay there. The HVAC, we entered into a maintenance contract with McDonald Miller that is very good for us. They take care of a lot to help that last much longer than it normally would without that steady, concerted maintenance by people who know exactly about HVAC systems. And that's a good contract to be in. And so we're happy about that. Other amenities, we're able to take care of smaller stuff within the operations budget. We do have a reserve on the building if there was a catastrophic failure. We have $1.5 million in the reserves. We don't want to access that if we can help it because we have to pay that back. So as we identify things, we have done what's called a resource management plan on that building. 3 of our staff actually went to resource management school, and they have dissected that building, and they have a maintenance management plan. But there's nothing in this budget other than the slide which we mentioned, which hopefully will be paid for with the grant, and then the water heater array. At this point, everything else is in pretty nice shape. We do a great job. If you walked in there today, you would be hard pressed to know that building's been open for over 13 years. It looks brand new. It shines like a new penny. We work very hard, and that is intentional on our part to make sure that the building stays nice, that we take good care of it, that we invest appropriately in daily maintenance and weekly maintenance and yearly maintenance on things like hardwood floors, where we finish frequently, which if you do that, you're only putting a top coat on instead of having to sand to bare wood and then have to repaint. So there's a lot of things that we do during our normal weekly closure. This year we happen to have about a 4-month closure, and we took care of all that because we want to be open and start recouping some of this lost revenue that we've had. So I don't believe, Councilmember Russo, that there's any other massive failure points at all at this point. Again, we take very good care of the building, and we don't let things get to a place where they would fail. We try to take care of things prior to any kind of an expensive failure, wherever we possibly can.
Thank you, John. And believe me, it shows that the maintenance and the pride of that building really shows.
Thank you. We have an old saying over there that says everybody's the janitor, and there used to be a fine system when I was over there, and I think I was the only guy that got fined. If you step over a gun wrapper, they'd ding you for $1 because everybody is indeed the janitor. So that's a very important philosophy over there. Nobody's more important than anybody, and everybody can clean. And then we set good examples for day camp kids, and they start collecting things. We give a prize for the most litter picked up in a day and things like that. So.
Perfect. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Very good. Council, any other questions? Any other questions, Council? Okay. Thank you very much, John. Great presentation, and great presentation by all the department heads. Jennifer, do we have any public comment? Jennifer?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay. Having done all the listened to and all the presentations for that, I want to say thank you very much to Aday for his 2 presentations, to Gene Stanley for a great presentation. Jennifer, great job on your presentation. Ray Gross with Emergency Management, EJ with Public Works, and John Hutton with Parks. With that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
See y'all tomorrow.